you for all the colleagues on our research communities that are working on these topics. And finally, many thanks to Nicoletta for this effort. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Filippo, for your kind words, and thank you to our distinguished speaker for being here, and all of you, students, professionals, and scholars who make up such a diverse audience. I'm delighted that you have chosen to take part in this event. Allow me to introduce this open forum by briefly addressing 3 points. Firstly, the network. This open forum is the kickoff event of the Center of Excellence, as Filippo mentioned, and it will be followed by 3 contests addressed to public authorities using AI and a closing open forum. The center is led by LUMSA, but it builds on an outstanding international network developed over the years through our earlier Jean Monnet module and Jean Monnet chair on better regulation. 3 of the center's pillars are here today. Claudio Radelli, from the Quality Control Board, will deliver the keynote speech, while 2 of our partner organizations will take part in the 3rd panel, the Institute for Regulatory Innovation, Delivery and Effectiveness, and the Good Lobby. In light of this strong international network, the forum is being held not only in Rome, but also in Barcelona, hosted by our partner, Julie Ponce. Thank you, Julie, for being here today. And in London, hosted by another partner. You'll find more about this meeting on our website, or you can scan the QR code here. Secondly, alongside this international dimension, the work of the centers is deeply rooted in the Department of Law, Economics, Politics, and Modern Languages. Teaching is one of the center's core activities, and this is why we are here today in one of the department's finest classrooms with more than 50 students attending. And this is why today's chairpersons are colleagues from the department who support the center as a scientific supervisors, bringing expertise from their different economic background. Thirdly, the topic before us. On 3 May, Italy reached its overshot day, the day by which it had already used up the natural resources that the Earth can regenerate in a full year. From that point on, we have been living in an ecological debt. At the same time, AI environmental footprint is becoming harder to manage, with rising energy use, water consumption, and demand for critical raw materials. This is why Pope Leo's recent encyclical reminds us to keep the human person and the care of our common home at the center of the age of AI. Yet, this is not the only challenge that the spread of AI raises across the public and private sectors. The use of AI cannot fail to consider cognitive bias that shape how we understand the technology and that can undermine the very human-in-the-loop principle we rely on. AI is also a strategic asset at the heart of geopolitical tensions, as free trade is under threat and no country or region is fully independent of resources and capability essential to AI. These challenges call for a multidisciplinary response, as Filippo mentioned, and this is precisely where the center intends to make its contribution, beginning with today's panels, which brings together academics and practitioners. Before we begin, allow me to extend a special, very special thanks to the center's amazing coordinators, Marina Rallo, Luca Megale, Francesco Calisi. Without your intelligent input and complete dedication, none of this would have been possible. So let us begin without further delay and very welcome Claudio Radelli for our keynote address. We are extremely fortunate to have Claudio with us. He is a full professor at the Florence School of Transnational Governance at the European University Institute, while on long-term leave from University College London. Before UCL, he directed the Center for European Governance at the University of Exeter and was professor of public policy at the University of Bradford. He has been a regular visiting professor at Sciences Po Paris, the University of Agder, and the College of Europe. Professor Adaelli has been awarded 2 consecutive advanced grants by the European Research Council, which is really amazing. And his current research is funded by 2 Erasmus projects. So his keynote is titled AI in the EU, a view from the regulatory camp. And I will say no more and leave the floor to him. So I thank you very much, and please join me in welcoming Claudio.
This one, yeah. So you can hear well. Actually, maybe, yeah. Okay. Thank you, Nicoletta. Thank you to the university for this invitation, and good morning to the audience and the students that I see here this morning. I want to express my gratitude to Nicoletta because she is a stalwart, or if you wish, an institution builder, and shown by the Jean Monnet Center of Excellence and the activities that over the years she has embedded within this university. So she's one of the rare scholars that doesn't work just for herself and the publications, but also for the institution. And so it's really a privilege to be here with you this morning. Now, see, this works. Yeah, I hesitate. You can do it from there. They're very, very simple slides. And should it work now? Yeah. Okay, so my name is Claudio, but that's not a joke. I asked Claude AI because it's paid for my university, so I have it. I said, but what does Claudio Adaelli has to do with artificial intelligence? And that's the answer. Maybe you'll do it because this one is still, yeah. Okay, I said, Claudio, go there, say this one. I'm not a technologist, I'm not an AI ethicist, and I'm not a futurist. So that's not what I can offer to you this morning. Yeah, maybe I just, it works. Okay, I'm a regulation person. Someone who studies how rules are made, how they change, whether they work or not. So when I look at AI, I look at the architecture of regulation, something that brings me very close to Nicoletta's interest, and how regulation may shape the outcome as much as its content. And there is a paper that I used to prepare this presentation, apart from artificial intelligence. That's not just artificial intelligence. So let's look at this. Nicoletta stimulated me with this question, whether we are doing a regulation for artificial intelligence and competitiveness and all the other things, or regulation of artificial intelligence. Those are 2 stark ways of looking at that. And in the paper, I think everyone can see that the European Union historically has prioritized the regulation of artificial intelligence, meaning that regulating big tech and the usages of artificial intelligence, looking at the impact on human rights, has been the overriding concern in Europe. And this is not because the European Commission or the European Union are good. Right? It's not because they really think about human values. That would be nice, but a bit idealistic. It is because the European Commission, in particular, over the years, has been engaged in creating a big cathedral, the regulatory state in Europe, an empire of regulation. You may have heard of the Brussels effects, or these books on how much EU regulation, by the way, expands, and that's what makes the EU a big player in the world of regulation. So there is an element of the EU which is characteristic. Instead of expanding its budget and its social policies, its welfare spending, it has expanded the regulatory dimension, because that's not constrained by the budget of the EU. And as noted by an Italian scholar, Gian Domenico Maione, this is what makes the EU striking in the world. Initially, Nino was quite optimistic about this regulatory state in Europe and its legitimacy, its effectiveness as well. Then in the late scholarship, he started talking about regulation by stealth and how the Commission was advancing its regulatory powers, not because there was the need for regulation here and there, but because it was a competence creep, an expansion of its regulatory power. We may want to touch upon that later. I'll leave it here. Now, what I want to say today, okay, is that there are two directors in this regulatory trend, and they're both simplification trajectories. However, they're very different. One is about simplifying substantive rules. Do you follow? Like the omnibus legislation, and in this context, it would be mostly Omnibus 7 on the digital wallet, on the DOR, and on the Artificial Intelligence Act. So simplifying rules because we need to act fast. There is a security and a trade challenge, and the EU has to restore competitiveness. This is not just the European Commission, right? It's also the Council and the member states. The second trajectory is about simplifying the rules that the European Commission uses to create rules. So procedures or administrative law. This is the so-called better regulation policy. It's a little bit not as prominent as digital, obviously, but it's about impact assessment, consultation, regulatory management, regulatory scrutiny, regulatory evaluation, foresight. So what you have to do in order for a proposal to be presented to the Parliament and the Council. What you have to do means what kind of test, what kind of consultation, what kind of analysis. This procedural policy called better regulation is now the object of an April 2026 communication of the Commission. That this is interesting, uses the same language of competitiveness, anxiety, and simplification needs, urgency. We need to simplify better regulation. So we simplify digital and we simplify the meta rules that we adopt to create a new legislation, to evaluate it, to appraise it, okay? So procedural and substantive. The question is then, what is changing here? Are we simplifying everything? Is it good for competitiveness? Okay, is it what we need to do in order to respond to the challenge of China and the US on this? The overarching mantra, you may imagine, is the Draghi report, and before that, the Letta report, and especially how it was interpreted by the policymaker. That will be another story. Okay, now, big breath, because I take a moment on the EU architecture before we answer the question. So, what is this AI architecture of the EU? Okay, this is a bit hard to digest for the non-political scientists, but we are guys who always have the 2x2 thinking. So we look at what the EU has done with the AI Act. So I look now at substance, at the AI Act, in terms of two dimensions. One is the policy style, and one is the regulatory style. style here has nothing to do with fashion. It's a term used by political scientists. So the first dimension of policy style is about whether the architecture of the AI Act is built up as decision-making stuff, was created with a decisional style that was consensual or a little bit more impositional, and whether it was anticipatory or reactive. And the regulatory style, it's a completely different literature, uses the same name, style. We use it to understand whether regulation is adaptive, and in the words of Jonathan Wiener, that would be regulation builds to learn. So you may think of the sandboxes, or static, like we regulated and that's the law for a number of years, or it is integrative rather than sector-based. So health, environment, etc., right? Sector by sector. Okay, so considering the regulatory style and the policy style at a very general level of abstraction, how does the AI Act of the EU looks like? How does it look like? It looks anticipatory in the sense that the Act tries to predict all the risks across all sectors. It's very ambitious. It's an overarching piece of legislation. Remember, it's based on a 2021 impact assessment, which is by now obsolete. When I say anticipatory, I describe the attitude of the decision makers. I'm not saying that the AI Act has anticipated everything. Actually, it's the opposite. But the style in which it was done was, let's try to see every problem and classify your risks and intervene in different ways, etc. Secondly, it was in style. Again, is not on the ground impositional, but the decision-making style was we have to impose rules on big tech. Easy because they're not European, by the way, right? So it's easy to, avere la voce grossa, as the Italians say, with these non-EU firms, with some indeed, Mistral and others have their own exceptions because they are European champions. And it's also very integrative, looking at the regulatory style. The EU legislation in general for digital also include DSA, GDPR, DMA, and a number of the Data Act. It's quite immense in terms complex in terms of integration. So we don't have a regulation for health, for environment, for factory workers, etc. And it's also, if I may say so, static in the sense that such was the effort to create the agreement for the AI Act, not to mention the efforts for the impact assessment before 2021, that it would require an immense political effort, and we'll get to that in a moment, to revise it. So the AI Act was such that it didn't show the features of adaptive regulation, of regulation that is a probe that goes into the world, and then we look at how it works and we adapt it all the time. It didn't look like that. Just a contrast with the US. The US regulates a lot, especially, mostly actually, at the state level, a lot, and that's something that the experts know very well. Intervene when a specific risk is clearly present in a specific state. Think of California, Texas, even in a specific sector. It's somehow consensual, more negotiated than the EU. However, the criminal penalties are pretty hard in the US, harder than for AI, harder than the criminal penalties in the EU. It's maybe I go a bit further, sectoral and state by state, right? So, and it has the features of, for me, adaptive regulation in the sense that the states look at what the other states are doing, the sectors look at what the other sectors are doing, and this creates an experimental basis to learn about what the others are doing. It's called laboratory federalism, and the good solutions spread, the bad solutions are stymied. Okay, yes, it's more binding and more enforceable than the UA Act. Just to say, the EU model is not the only one. Okay, this is history, and that's a chart that the EU tries to be anticipatory. The US tries to be reactive. I'm not saying it's reactive, it's anticipatory. That depends on implementation. It's more impositional in the EU. It's kind of a big mammoth, static, big elephant that is difficult to move, and is integrative. Everything goes under the AI Act. We don't have an AI Act specific to a sector. Okay, now, today. What's happening now? It seems that the world is changing. The EU, with the digital omnibus of November, package reform of not just the AI Act, but also DOR and digital wallet. So it's a complex piece of simplification legislation. There is a weakening of the national regulatory authorities mechanism. Also, standardization has changed with the private standards filling the vacuum. Something that those who work on the other side of better regulation, on the procedures, people like me noted immediately is that there was no impact assessment and there was no consultation. The impact assessment was substituted by a staff working document, an explanation of the reasons, imagine competitiveness, simplification, urgency. This Omnibus 7 is not based on learning what has not worked. It's based on rules that have to be changed even before they are implemented. It's political. It's not about evidence-based. It's not legislation that learns, right? It's not adaptive in any ways. It's just in the minds of the policymakers, this is no longer politically suitable. It doesn't work. So we have to simplify. It's reactive politics in total, I would say. Because we've seen the document of the big companies on the moratorium. We've seen some member states complaining. Obviously, this is not that the Commission is evil. The competitiveness compass, the declarations, simplification by design is a mantra of the European Council, not of the European Commission. So, but just to say, this is not that the EU now has become clever and is adapting its legislation because it's not working. This stuff has not been implemented. It's just politically unfeasible and therefore is being simplified. On top of that, we have the simplification of the better regulation requirements. Impact assessment will be done, but not when the Commission thinks it's urgent. And guess what? We have 10 omnibus laws proposed, some approved. They are all without impact assessment. Inclusive consultation, here it is. Inclusive consultation, we don't do it anymore. There is stakeholders fatigue. As I say, there is democracy fatigue, right? I don't know where the evidence is for this stakeholders fatigue. Why, did we write to the Commission that we don't want to be consulted? I think maybe there is lobbying fatigue, but there is no empirical, no lobbying fatigue. They're pretty heavy, these guys. So no more open consultation, but a call for evidence where the Commission calls the happy few that she wants or they want to talk to and make agreements. So I think in line with those who care about better regulation, the consultation and an accurate analysis of the effects, likely effects of a proposal, they are not bureaucratic tools that have to be simplified away. They are the source of legitimacy, especially for an unelected executive. So we may discuss whether they work or not, but the European Commission has the best better regulation policy in the EU. Is always neck to neck with outside the EU, the UK, but it's working well. So the justification that it's not working is bollocks. It doesn't exist. If this doesn't work, imagine how it can work in Germany, in Italy, etc. So the packages, the omnibus packages, are the proof. They are done according to this new April 2026 communication of the Commission. That's another thing that irritates me. The Commission has decided to do it and then puts forward the communication, right? That justifies what has been done 10 times. See if we can conclude. Now, just obviously I'm provocative this morning to see what you think about it. I think the Commission is not simplifying because they love the Draghi report or they want to be more competitive. It's simplifying its own rules because it wants to be in a position with more degrees of freedom in what to propose or not to propose. Whether it is really free from big tech or the member states, I don't know. But certainly the logic here is that they want to be free from the control and accountability mechanisms that impact assessment, consultation, etc. generates. Imagine this, when I asked the Regulatory Scrutiny Board, which is the regulatory scrutiny body of the EU, what they thought about the omnibus legislation, they said, we have not seen it because if there is no impact assessment, we cannot scrutinize anything because we can only scrutinize the impact assessment. These guys who are next door to the scrutiny board, they are not doing impact assessment. Therefore, we have nothing to say, no opinion. Right? So gone is also the scrutiny moment where someone can say, hey, we need more evidence before you do this or that. So it's small wonder that the Commission wants these degrees of freedom. No, why not? After all, they can now do proposals in the name of urgency without bothering to create impact. Footnote: impact assessment provides for proportionality, so you can do a light impact assessment when necessary. It's not that it's also 600 pages of analysis. No, you can do 20 pages, although for the AI Act. But so the Commission, last point, is not turning to adaptive regulation. It's moving towards kind of reactive simplification without telos, without a direction, and puts also the Commission in a position of being hostage to lobbies or to member states in unaccountable ways. So my verdict is that we cannot see my verdict because it doesn't fit the screen, but I have it here. I can read it from my slides. I got it. Here it is. Yeah, it's kind of simplifying in a way. Yeah, I read it. That undermines the foundations and accountability of the exercise. So that's my. Since Nicoletta asked me for a stark opinion, that's it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Claudio. You very touch upon the main issues now at the EU level and that involve also all the member states. So I would like to ask Maurizio to come here and his panelist.
Sure.
Yes.
Yes, you. Can we start? Okay, thanks. Okay, thanks to Professor Rangone and Nicoletta as a friend to invite me to chair this panel. The topic of this panel is the environmental impact of AI. So we'll talk about energy, environment in general, and so on. Okay, we have 4 presentations, and the format of these short 1 hour slot will be that we'll have a presentation by each speaker, and then roughly 5 minutes for questions from the audience. Okay, so the first speaker is a guy I know well, Paolo Fantozzi, who was an assistant professor in computer science. Actually, when the director of the department, Filippo Giordano, Professor Giordano, talked about the guys dealing with the AI in this department, well, one is me and the other is Paolo. Okay, and Paolo is an assistant professor in computer science here at the LUMS University, and he sits also on the board of the economics degree program, and he earned his PhD in computer science at La Sapienza University in Rome in 2022. The title of his presentation is Measuring the Environmental Impact of Machine Learning and AI. Each speaker will have 10 minutes at their disposal, so tight time is too tight to mention, as someone said, so please keep tight to the 10 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Naldi. So, I'm going to talk about how can we measure how an AI system, an AI model, impact the environment, so how much energy it consumes. So, first of all, a few numbers. So, if we consider one of the most recent models, that is GPT-4, is not the most recent one, but it's one of the most recent, they have been necessary more than 57,000 megawatts hour to train the model. It's a lot. We are talking about the amount of energy that could be used by more than 10,000 houses in EU for a whole year. Then also, it is estimated that more than 1,000 tons of CO2 was emitted by training the model. But if you use a single interaction with the model itself, so we talked about the training of the model, but then we use the model itself without training it again. When we use the model, each time we use the model, of course, we are consuming energy. There are different estimations, and one of them is that if you talk with ChatGPT with a single interaction, you are using more or less a third of a watt-hour. It means more or less 2.5 minutes of a 7-watt LED bulb, and it's equivalent to the old 60-watt light bulb. And how can we measure these numbers? We have different ways, and we can choose among more accurate and easier, let's say. So first of all, we could use our hardware sensors. So it means that we can plug something that could be hardware or software to the hardware itself to measure how much energy it is consuming in that precise moment. But then we can also shift to some framework that is more software-oriented. So it's something related to how the operating system is using the hardware. Next to it, we can also try to use something external. So we could plug simply a device on our power plug to measure how many watts we are consuming in that present moment. Or also, we could estimate entirely by using different features. So it means we can model the phenomenon without measuring actually. Of course, if we go to hardware sensors, we will be more accurate, but also it will be much more difficult. Oh, sorry about it. Oh. So, the most spread tools to measure the energy consumed by the hardware, they are two practically. The first one from Intel, that is one of the most important producer for chips in general. And the second one is from NVIDIA, that you already know it. Nowadays, it's one of the most important company in the world, and is the one that produced practically all the GPUs to train AI models. And of course, it also provides a tool to measure how much energy it is consuming. But the problem is that all of them are based on different parts of softwares, and they are not standard. So we have no guarantee about how it is precise in measuring the energy itself. At the same time, even if we are very precise, the vendor itself is saying that we have some sort of threshold of accuracy. So we are not precise by definition. There are a lot of tools that have been developed in order to measure the impact of these models. These are the most spread in the field, but each of them has some issue. They are different in strategies, they are different in approaches, and anyway, each of them is losing something regarding the process of training or inference, that is the moment when you use the model. So the issues that we need to cope with, they are, first of all, if you try to measure how much you are using your GPU, so how much you're using the video graphic card to train the model or to inference, to perform inference of the model. Anyway, every time we are assuming that we are using 100% the GPU. So it means that we are measuring just like we are fully using the hardware, but it's not the case. It's never the case. Also, at the same time, most of the processes that are used to both for training and inference, they are multi-process. So it means that we are doing many things at the same time. But when we measure the energy, we ignore the fact that they are different processes together. And also, if you try to, I think that I have a couple of minutes, right? 3 minutes, thank you. So if we try to use the different models, different tools I mentioned before, we can see in the plot on the left that for the same exact process, we have very different values. And also, you can see two different plots. The plot on the left is just the raw measuring given by the tools, but then you need to apply different computations, different formulas that takes account of how much the energy costs in a certain point of the Earth, in what time you are using the model. Of course, it's better to use it on the night because we have less pressure on our energy system. But also in other parts of the world, maybe it could be better to use it on the day because we have much more solar energy. But then we are also ignoring the fact that the cooling of the hardware is important. So it's not only how much energy we are using, because probably if you are using a data center, then you need to cool the data center. And this is a completely different system. So currently, it's not possible to measure all the details related to the AI models. What does it mean? That we need to create a standard, something that is shared by the industry, by the regulators, by everyone, to measure how much energy a model is using. Just like we do for the automotive sector. So we define the standard to measure how much an engine in a car can consume. Then, of course, it's not perfect. It could be cheated, we know from Volkswagen. But anyway, it's a standard. So we need to define a standard, and then after the standard, we could build some automated tools to measure it. But before that, any measure you can see regarding the use of energy from AI is just an estimation, and it's a lousy estimation. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for staying on time, and thank you for the nice and interesting survey. So, any questions from the audience? Please.
Thanks very much for wondering how we can measure things on all that stuff. Let's say nobody's fighting it.
Okay, in my point of view, it's not a matter of how we are using some tool. It's just a matter of how we measure the tool. So, I mean, even if you are not using a car because you are at home and a robot is working at your job, anyway, maybe the robot itself needs to move. So, if a robot takes a car instead of a person, anyway the car will consume the same. Then, of course, we can measure different things with respect to the different approaches by the society. But anyway, a tool is a tool. So we don't care about how the society is evolving. Anyway, a car will consume the same way. I mean, or maybe it's better. We can measure it the same way. So maybe we will have better cars that will consume less, or we will use less car. So the consume will lower, but anyway, we have a way to measure it. So again, in my opinion, it's not a matter of how AI will evolve, but just how we can measure technology, how can we measure energy consumed by an electronic device. That's it. Anyway, even if you will build the perfect general AI system, anyway, it will be based on an electronic device, so we can measure it.
Any other questions? Okay, just the final one. Given the current lack of an established way to measure stuff here, and the lack of regulation is lagging behind, actually, do you think that times are mature to include the environmental impact in some sort of benchmarking process alongside, say, accuracy or the other measures that of performance that are already being standardized by somewhat in the engineering environment?
I think that I think it will be better to include it as fast as possible. So I mean, it will be, I think, ideal to have beside each model also the indication of how much energy was consumed by training the model. Even if we don't have a standard, maybe the market itself could derive something, just like in different fields. We don't have regulation for everything, but usually the market acts as a regulator where we don't have a regulation. So maybe there could be some company just devoted to measure this type of consuming.
Okay, thank you very much again, Paolo. Oh, sorry.
So you said the cooling? No, sorry. Got carbon, yeah. So each of the tools I mentioned, they are based on different models. I don't mean AI model, I mean an energy model. So it means that they are considering with different factors the different features of the different measures. Okay. So they, of course, they are following different strategies, different approaches. And so it's a good thing that there exist many of them, because we can compare them and then we can try to understand which one is the better one with respect to the consequences we can see regarding the models. So what I mean is that okay, they are not perfect. They have different approaches and they are not compatible with each other. But anyway, it's a good starting point. So I guess in the future, they will be much more closer time by time. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let me introduce the second speaker, and Luca Lo Schiavo. Luca Lo Schiavo works as regulatory specialist at ERRA, Energy Regulators Regional Association, where he leads the research unit. He worked at ARERA, the Italian Regulatory Authority for Energy and Water, for more than 25 years. The title of his presentation is quite provocative and is unsustainable by design, by finance, or both, question mark. AI's energy challenge and the energy regulatory topic. Please, the floor and the usual 10 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much for invitation. I'm very glad to be here. It's an occasion to reflect. Yes, maybe my considerations are a bit provocative, but maybe there is a light in the end. I want to start with a few words from the encyclical letter. There is a paragraph where exactly this topic is treated. AI require enormous amounts of energy and water, and this of data centers, energy-intensive infrastructure. This is really a point in our society, and it's incredibly interesting that is the Pope that tell us. I started from two recent, or rather recent, important papers. One is from Princeton University, and the second is from Stanford University, and RMI means Rocky Mountain Institute, is a very important institute in US for renewables. Of course, I cannot enter too much in details, only 10 minutes, but just to give a few data. First of all, the Princeton group launched a concern about the inherent sustainability for energy, and it shows that nowadays the new so-called reasoning models put the consumption of energy more in the inference stage than in the training stage. And this is a novelty. In the last years, training was more consuming. Now, I don't have too much time to explain the chart, but the 90% is reached in inference. But 2 points. The 0.3 watt-hour per query that was just quoted by the previous speaker is now multiplied by 100 because the estimation now is 33, 40 watt-hour per query within the so-called reasoning models for 2 reasons. One is that the reasoning models incentivize the user to make query more complex. And second, the models themselves mimic the reasoning. So they produce a higher number of tokens before arriving to an outcome. And this is one of the problems when they stop. The second, I hope this is an error, because you just say that training of GPT was something in the order of gigawatt hour. They say that expected training for the next large model of OpenAI is in the order of terawatt hours. Just to give you an idea of what is 11 terawatt hours, all the trains, the railways system in Italy consume 6 terawatt hours in a year. So 11 terawatt hours means all the train system in Italy for 2 years. When I say unsustainable, this is what I mean. And this is a very recent keynote from the CEO of Google. In the same speech, he said that there is a 330-fold increase in the consumption measured in token, and he was reassuring that they are now introducing new chips, and their efficiency is 2 times better. So we have a require hundreds times more, and the technology is saving 2 times only. 2 order of magnitudes. This is called Jevons paradox. Jevons lived in 1860. It was about coal, that the efficiency in technology cannot reduce the total consumption. Go to real data. Of course, US is the center of data center. The Federal Regulatory Commission collects the estimation of consumption from all utilities. The estimation at 2030 escalated year by year. In 2022, they forecasted 24 gigawatt. In 2025, they forecast 160 gigawatt. The same utilities, their own forecast. There is an independent evaluation that these requests, let's say, are largely overestimated. There is an independent overestimation of 40% by Grid Strategies. However, 40% overestimation means that we are around 80 gigawatt. That is an enormous amount. Consider that whole Italy is 55, 60 gigawatt peak. And I don't enter now in this detail, but when demand increases, price tends to increase. On the other side, the Stanford Rocky Mountain Institute paper clearly states that there is a finance problem. substantially this infrastructure tends to grow, tend to stay becoming more and more bigger. But this can be unsustainable. And he proposed a remedy on the financial side called mandatory bonding. So a sort of guarantees priced by independent bond markets, not by regulators, not in administrative ways. The topic in US is extremely hot, and especially Trump with his AI strategy. There is a document from White House, substantially in the first moment, July last year, say that energy must enable AI. Let's say no story. So gas emissions, no problem. Go ahead with any travel on the grid, and guys go without any environmental issues. Then the inflation issue, driven by the PJM, is the largest market of electricity in mid-Atlantic US, changed a bit their position. So here, really, there is an enormous big issue. I want to signal you a third paper. This is from Italy. Professor Contucci is a mathematician in Bologna. He observed an indicator, a simple indicator, that is economic productivity of energy, substantially is GDP ratio energy consumed. What was extremely interesting, I heard him in a seminar in Milan, Università Cattolica. What he says that AI is a pre-scientific industrial revolution. What does it mean? He makes the example of the steam engine. The steam engine was something that worked without knowing exactly the thermodynamics behind them. This was pre-scientific because engineers arrived before than scientists. Exactly the contrary than the second industrial revolution, electrification, that was based on a clearly scientific theory of Maxwell equations and electromagnetic. So in the pre-scientific revolution, the idea is to make bigger and bigger and bigger. And this is what's happening in AI. But he looks at the historical history of economic history and looks that this indicator, EPE, economic productivity of energy, collapse when there is a pre-scientific revolution. So we can see, he is concerned, we can see a collapse of our productivity of energy. I don't enter in detail, but I really suggest this. I want to say that, of course, this depends on incentives. Here, regulation have a say. There can be many possibilities. Lovin's proposal is a possibility. In Ireland, the regulator, in Europe, one regulator made not only a proposal, but a decision named bring your own generation. Data center, do you want to work? Okay, bring your own generation. Big issue, big issue. In PJM, there was an enormous complex issue, but they substantially say, okay, you are not baked, so you can be interrupted. You can be interrupted. And in Spain, there is also a very interesting system for connecting data center based on their environmental score. I conclude because time is out, but just to say that it's not only energy, there is also water, and water is behind the resistance. A recent poll in US say that now more than 55 of Americans are strongly against data center, and the percentage, only 21 of Americans that support a nearby data center is less than a nuclear power unit. Incredible. And there is also heating system is very important, especially for Europe. And also of course, landscape, here again, other things I have not to say. But the point is AI sawing off the branch on which it sits? I conclude with this story. I don't know if you read this book from Ian McEwan, is 2119, and there is a graduate student that tells the morons of long ago. We can be the morons of long ago. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The interesting speech. Before asking for questions from the floor, let me comment briefly on what the speaker just said. First, we have seen projections of consumptions of energy consumptions due to AI. Actually, there is an existing trend of growing energy consumption due to the household and general users. Failure of grids is today's issue, and so the problem is not just with AI. Second, their projections are based on, let's say, some mainstream development of AI. So you have mentioned Google, you have mentioned OpenAI, and these are developing a sort of evolution by growth. So leaving the architectural impact and just adding computational power. Transformers are actually based on a stack of identical layers, which just multiply their processing power. There is also an alternative way of development that relies on optimization of resources. And so will not call for such a straightforward projection of growth. DeepSeek, for example, is the recently popularized and well-known different approach to the use of computational resources. So there is some light ahead rather than just the sheer projections that call for an ever-growing increase of energy consumption. Okay, that said, are there any questions from the audience? If not, I have an additional one. Final one concerning the main tool that you mentioned, which is mandatory bonding. And that reminds me of another tool that has been used in the past to somewhat measure the impact of risk, which are CAT bonds, catastrophe bonds. And that have not found their way actually in the market. So I was wondering if those kind of mandatory bonding are realistic as a regulatory tool, and if you know of some market where they're some country where they are actually used.
Thank you. May I react to your first comment, because it's not totally true that consumption is increasing so far. For instance, I talk about Italy. Italy is rather stable consumption, around 300 terawatt hour per year. The expected increase could come from substantially two things. One is electromobility, but consider that 1 million vehicles, we have 500,000 vehicles, 1 million vehicles can arrive to 3 terawatt hours, so 1%, so very little increase. And heat pumps, but we have a specific urban system with many old buildings, so having heat pumps is a big issue. Data center can be the segment where really consumption can increase. So they are now in the eyes of the power system because they are really the point where consumption can increase for the time being. and rapidly. Just to be more precise. About mandatory bonding, I think that one part of the answer is in what Professor Redaelli said. Is policy integrative or vertical? Energy regulators, independent regulators are sectoral. So you are right, it's rather difficult to arrive to this kind of financial integrated solutions. Can be difficult, yes. But nonetheless, this is not the only one solution. I repeat, the Irish regulator, after a difficult consultation, I fully agree with every word of Professor Redaelli that public consultation is the true legitimacy of non-elected regulators. Not only European Commission, also independent regulators, like ARERA in Italy, for instance, or CRU in Ireland. So consulting stakeholders, changing the proposal. In Ireland, they proposed one thing, and in the end, the final decision is a bit different from the initial proposal. But however, the idea, bring your own generation, that is something not financial, but more industrial, was introduced after, I repeat, a long consultation, an enormous resistance from the lobbies. So regulatory solution can exist. Another important solution is frugal AI. Look at the website of the competition authority in France. There is a very interesting research about frugal AI. Never heard, but there are research about that. It's an important topic. Some models that are designed to save energy at the very beginning. So solution can exist at technology level or at regulatory level, but the problem exists, and the Pope said. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's come to the first speaker. Andrea Cosentini. He holds a degree in physics and a doctorate, a PhD in mathematics and statistics for economics. Currently, he's head of data science and responsible AI in Intesa Sanpaolo, which is a major bank in the world, not just in Italy. After serving as chief data officer in the Department for Transformation of the Presidency of the Council of Ministers, where he played a key role in designing and developing the National Digital Data Platform. The title of his presentation is Intesa Sanpaolo's Approach to the Environmental Footprint of AI. Floor.
Thank you very much, Professor, and thank you, Professor Sarangone, for having me today. I would like to present now the point of view of a big corporate as Intesa Sanpaolo. First of all, the context. In Intesa Sanpaolo, we have more than 200 AI solutions in running at the moment. So for us, for our values, is very important the topic of environmental footprint. And we have a line of applied research dedicated at sustainable AI, and my colleague Simone Scalzi, that is present today here, is the responsible. What is a responsible AI, sustainable AI for us? Sustainable AI is a part of a responsible AI issue. Responsible AI has a very big mandate in our strategy in order to mitigate the risk of AI systems, govern AI systems and AI framework, and also, obviously, to measure and permit a mindful adoption of artificial intelligence by monitoring its environment impacts. This is absolutely in line with the business plan of the bank that mention both responsible AI and ESG targets. So we created some years ago a center of excellence dedicated at responsible AI, with these 3 lines of activities: risk mitigation, internal governance, and responsible AI. We have as a goal to provide benefits for the bank, obviously, for our clients and stakeholders, and obviously for the environment. I mentioned more than 200 AI systems running. Most of them are based on traditional AI, so machine learning, reinforcement learning, and so on. More than 40 of them use now also generative AI with many models, OpenAI, Gemini, Anthropic, and also small language models. In the last couple of years, we started to implement also an agentic AI framework that obviously is at a higher level of complexity, and also at a higher level of risks, also risks of consumption, if the energy consumption is, if the this agentic framework is not well governed and controlled. So we are now at the core of the presentation. The impact of AI systems. We identified 2 different types of impacts: the direct environmental impact of AI and indirect. The first direct are the generated by our artificial intelligence systems and the computational infrastructures that host our systems. The indirect are less intuitive. They are, these impacts are generated by the transformation of the process due to the AI adoption. But we have to consider both in order to understand in a holistic way the impact of AI in our corporate environment. So, what we have done? We are implementing a platform that is collecting technical data, calculates consumption, and permits the monitoring of the emissions in an integrated dashboard. First of all, we have identified the data sources that are the system that host and run our AI systems, our AI solutions. Then, from these sources, we collect the data that are used by each solution. For example, memory, network flows, tokens, and so on. Then we evaluate the impact, and we will have a deep dive in the next couple of slides. And we produce an output with both aggregate and detailed metrics for each system that is available in an integrated dashboard that could be used for to provide informed decisions. So, deep dive on the estimation of the impact. First type of impact, direct impact. two types of sources. On-premise sources, for example, server that we use to host our solutions, and cloud that we call for the LLM services. For the first type, for the first source, source on-premise, server on-premise, we convert the processing loads from each hardware component, like CPUs, RAM, networks, and so on, into electricity consumer, the kilowatt hour. Then, at this point, we convert this energy consumption into CO2 emission, covering both self-produced energy. We have, for example, a data center that is generated by is gas powered, and purchased energy. Emissions then are classified by scope. For LLM services, we count as I mentioned before, we use different models, Gemini, Anthropic, and so on. So we count for every model the token in input and output, and we convert this token into energy consumed. This estimation varies by model and is based on peer review papers that are present in literature. Then, at this point, we estimate via two approaches the environmental impact. One approach is the provider declared if available, and the second one is the location-based of the cloud. About indirect impacts, we have a different approach. This is less simple or more complex. We identify many key impact drivers, like, for example, the time reduction for some task followed to AI adoption, or some indirect benefit like reduced maintenance for our tool, or the technology substitution in a process for some obsolete tools. And each driver is converted into energy saved in kilowatt hour. Well, this estimation is under discussion in our company, because obviously there is not literature on that. It's a very complex issue, but we have implemented a proprietary model. Then we convert this energy in kilowatt hour in CO2 impact. Concluding, è fermata a 8:36. We have implemented a methodology. We started with a POC in a restricted perimeter, and now we are discussing the feedback with our results, and we have as a target 100% of our models, our solutions monitored in 2026. Thank you very much. Sorry for the delay.
Thank you very much.
Si è fermato a 8:36.
My sad duty to remind you of the time. It is going by. Okay, any questions from the floor? Andrea just presented us a company-driven view of the problem. No questions? Okay, I have one actually. And I was wondering, man, I mean, you actually have a wide view of the market, of providers that in this market. So, and you have to provide estimates some way. And so how do you ensure that you achieve consistency and accuracy of those estimating, when estimating emissions from different providers?
Yeah. About external providers is a very big issue. Obviously, we don't have the possibility to measure in-house the emissions of large providers like ChatGPT and so on. But there are some very good and schemes provided by peer review papers, and we base our estimation on this academic literature.
Thank you very much. If no other questions, okay, then we can pass to the last list presentation, which is online. We have a joint presentation actually with two speakers, and who are Mrs. Joanne Garbutt and Giancarlo Giacomello. And Joanne has been an international sustainability leader for 25 plus years and shaping strategy across 4 continents. She leads sustainability projects, audits, and public policy engagement for Digital Realty's European data center portfolio, combining engineering rigor, which I am glad about it, with practical large-scale execution. And Giancarlo Giacomello, the other end, is head of data center offering and colocation services at Aruba, managing the business of colocation services for the company. And since 2023, he has been a member of the Climate Neutral Data Center Pact Board, representing Aruba's ongoing commitment to achieving climate neutrality by 2030. The title of their presentation is From Data Center Heat to City Assets. So, the floor is yours, 10 minutes as usual.
Hello, good morning. I'm I think I'm the one starting. So first of all, I wanted to thank you for the invitation to this event. It's important because it gives me the possibility also to bring you the point of view of an operator. So far we heard a lot of talks about AI. I bring a slightly different take on it because I represent one of the biggest colocation operators in Italy. And as a colocation operator, we need to be agnostic. It means that we have to be capable of supporting the delivery of very different kind of digital services from our infrastructures. So it means that the things I'm going to tell you about will not only be said in relation to AI, but in general on the data center world and their impact over the territories, communities, environment, etc., that runs through the delivery of digital services. So very quickly, I'm glad to be here also because I can bring you a piece of experience. I'm a father of 15-and-a-half-year-old girl, and last week we were having lunch together, and she was upset, totally upset. In the good old-fashioned of relationship among teenagers and parents, I was accused of being part of the generator destroying the planet. Moreover, being one guy running data centers, I was part of the problem. So AI is destroying the world you're living to me. Okay, that was her take on the thing. This means that basically today the data centers are the perfect evil, or the new state of the art evil company that is bringing over and over, not in my backyard logics that we're seeing increasing day after day. The truth is that there are 3 major statements which are important to be made before starting with the presentation, in my opinion. The first one is that not all the data centers are the same. Not all data centers have the same purpose, and they're not used for delivering the same services. They're not realized on the same ways, and their scale might be different in relation to the type of services they contribute to deliver. The second thing is that the data center, as I was saying, are agnostic. They are a platform. They need to be an enabler of the digital services that actually are developed, delivered, and maintained from their infrastructures. The final one, the third one, is that the final users of the services that which are delivered from data center and the data center industry is not some kind of super villain corporation. It's us. So it's very important what was said in the presentation that we seen earlier from Professor Fantozzi, if I'm not mistaken. It was really important to be shared among all the general public in order to create this kind of sensitivity about the usage we make of the digital services and the instruments that are delivered from data centers. Because the general public is the one creating the real demand for digital services. Companies intercept that demand and create the platforms that actually deliver the services, and data centers make the platform for the platform, okay? So one example, very quickly, I bet all of you know about the Vinted, platform for selling used goods, etc. So right now, what is happening is that people trying to sell a used dress no longer takes picture wearing that dress. They ask AI to make a picture of somebody wearing the dress they're selling. So this is a very, I may bring even worse example. The thing is that it's important to note that AI is an instrument. It's not evil per se for the moment. When it will become unconscious, we will see later. But for the moment, it's just a tool. As for all tools, it could be used either for the good or for the worst. It depends on us. Okay, so given these, it's important, I'm going to share my presentation now. It's important to say that the data center have been come a long way so far. I don't know if you could see it. Can you see the presentation now? Okay, anyways, in the last 4 years in particular, there's been a huge acceleration in developing frameworks, in particular from the European Commission. And in this place, the CNDCP, UDCA, CISP, the three big, let's say, gatherers of operators and associations that have worked on that contributed a lot in creating this self-awareness about how the data center needed to regulate themselves in order to be sustainable also for the territories and communities where they were being developed. I could say that this has been particularly true for the last 4 or 5 years. We as Aruba started the process a lot earlier. In fact, out of the 4 main sites we have in Italy that you can see here, the biggest one relies in Ponte San Pietro, which is in northwestern part of the city of Bergamo. And basically, we started this project by renewing a failed factory, by cleaning up a lot of hazardous materials that were there. So it's a very huge complex made of 200,000 square meters, which is roughly 1/8 of the town of Ponte San Pietro. But through the year was a pivotal industry giving work to 3,000 people. Then when it failed, it became a huge problem for the community. So what we did there 8-9 years ago become after an example of what the regulation today is asking data center operator to perform. So we converted an industrial site into a state-of-the-art data center campus, right now made of 3 buildings with another 4 coming next year. We converted the water system used to clean up and wash the textile production processes that were used by the factory previously into a high efficiency cooling system, which is based on groundwater and that uses 0 water. It doesn't consume water, it uses the water. We make efficiency through airflow segregation, and then we use the local energy production from renewables, both through solar and hydroelectric. So just to give you a very quick example on what this means, this was how Leger appeared before we actually started the works. So a lot of asbestos, a lot of hazardous chemical materials that we cleaned up to basically convert these, you can see this from the satellite view, different areas, as you can see, with all the cover were made with asbestos, into these right now, which is close. So we not only cleaned up, we brought back anew to life a site that was basically a dead part of the city, so that all the projects were very well welcomed by the local community. This, of course, by also bringing works to the community, hiring people locally, creating training courses to actually increase the formation of people to be included in this new sector, which is data center. As I was saying, well, I used a lot of time already. So we have this very efficient cooling system based on heat exchange from groundwater that basically have a zero impact, but a small amount of increase in temperature from the water we take from these underground sewers. But it's extremely clean and extremely efficient for our systems. Plus, we have invested a lot in a 4 megawatts high solar panel system and 3 different hydroelectric power plants, which are located on the River Brembo and directly connected to the site. This is where the hydroelectric power plant located in Ponte San Pietro, but Aruba also have other 8 hydroelectric power plants, because as a company, we care a lot about producing our own energy, which is what Professor Lo Schiavo was saying earlier about Ireland, even if this approach actually create also some monsters. So I'm done with my part. All of this just to say that there is a different way also to make things, and there's the possibility to actually successfully merge the data centers into the territories that host them.
Will we cover questions for Giancarlo now, or what do we do?
You can go on and then have questions at the end of your
Okay. Giancarlo, would you be able to just keep going through the slide deck?
Yeah, I will.
Thank
Here
you so
go.
much. Okay, just 1 second. Let me just sort myself out on this side. Thank you again also from my side for being able to talk to you guys. My role is across all of Europe, including Italy, but there's a lot of work happening in Brussels, and I know we've had some comment on Brussels, and I can just say we do respond to consultations a lot, and because of the reason that Giancarlo also mentioned is the fact that as data center operators, we were voluntarily going into the sustainability field long before we were legislated, and it is just something that's important to us to do. So I speak from an operator perspective, but the topic I'm going to talk about also relates to a project that's run under the EUDCA. So data centers are essentially sophisticated warehouses, if you like, and they have rows of equipment, computer equipment that runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And the equipment, as also was pointed out already, run a lot of different workloads. And so they are supporting access to the internet. They are supporting apps on phones and laptops, online shopping, streaming movies, social media, cloud storage, and yes, sometimes also AI. At this point in time, AI is not mainstream, it's sometimes. And because this equipment never stops running, they do generate enormous and continuous heat. And this heat can be converted into hot water and distributed through insulated underground pipes to nearby users, as a lot of the cities in northern Italy have done something with that. Through special equipment called an absorption chiller, the same heat can also be transferred into cold water, making it also useful for air conditioning buildings. So today I want to talk to you just briefly about this strategic opportunity connecting heat from data centers to both local heating and cooling networks as a massive win for the environment, for energy costs, and for communities. And this conversation becomes even more relevant as more AI workloads continue to grow. So slide 2, please, Giancarlo. During normal operations, data centers produce what we call residual heat. Now, this temperature is typically between 26 and 35 degrees. In the case of AI applications, the temperatures are usually higher, and transporting this heat then becomes easier. In the latest generation 4 and 5 district heating networks are specifically designed to work with lower temperature heat sources, and the data center heat profiles match that design very well. And this means that connecting a data center to the newest district heating network designs no longer requires additional energy from heat pumps to boost the temperatures. And that means the physics work in our favor. And of course, AI loads also helps with that. And so the result is that residual heat from data center operations can go directly into heating water or space in homes and buildings, and thereby replacing fossil fuels and reducing carbon emissions without adding extra pressure to the electricity grid. Slide 3, please. So for municipalities in northern Italy, existing networks are mature enough to integrate data center heat reuse, especially in urban areas and industrial clusters where data centers may already be present or be planned for. Now, as I say, generation 4 and 5 are designed from day one to accept data center heat at lower temperatures. And so no additional equipment is needed, and it's also no extra capex then for that particular equipment to be added to every project. And the data center becomes the heat source partner for thousands of homes and buildings channeled through a district heat network operator typically. And this is a powerful path towards decarbonizing space heating and heating water. And these are two of the biggest contributors to carbon emissions in most municipalities. It also makes data centers a visible contributor to the local community, not just an industrial facility, but also an infrastructure partner working towards locally shared climate goals. If you can go to slide 4, please. Now, if we move south of Rome, the climate challenge shifts and the urgency becomes cooling rather than heating. For example, in 2021, Sicily recorded just short of 50 degrees, the highest temperature ever recorded in continental Europe, which is quite an achievement in not a positive way necessarily. Extreme heat events are becoming more frequent and more severe, and they pose a direct public health threat, particularly for elderly and vulnerable residents. So using district cooling networks is a very practical solution potentially. Instead of millions of individual air conditioning units straining the local electricity grid during peak summer heat, a shared district cooling network provides a centralized solution. It can distribute the cooling efficiently across the entire neighborhoods. So the same data center heat, the residual heat, but it's a different application. And the logic is the same. Take the heat of the data center and you can produce through these absorption coolers cooling solutions and turn that into something that the city needs, in the warmer climates, let's say. So the last slide, please, Giancarlo. So it's not just a local conversation either. It's not just at a city level or Italy level. This topic is sitting within the EU policy framework. And I know we have a few people who have knowledge of this. So what I'm saying won't be news to you. And so the EU Commission's heating and cooling policy is setting the direction across Europe. And the EUDCA's heat reuse platform project supports that vision by helping stakeholders identify earlier where heat reuse opportunities may exist and where local partnerships between district heat networking or cooling networking and data center operators can be developed. So for Northern Italy, the conversation about heating networks is already well defined. For Southern Europe, the equivalent conversation on district cooling is the next consideration, and local policymakers do have a critical role in bringing this to the table. And planning cooling infrastructure in the South is a great way to address the local cost and availability of electricity. So the opportunity is here, the technology works, and the options are on the table. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for the Thank you very much both for the presentation. So any questions for this final talk? Please.
I have a question for Giacomelli. Can be Giacomelli. Giancarlo. Perhaps I've heard not. I mean, I've misunderstood. I've heard the right way. I would like to understand what you mean when you say AI is just a tool. Maybe you are talking about just data centers tool, or AI as a whole.
Well, AI is, I was, of course, very, looking at it on a very high level. But I indeed think that it's a tool, a very evoluted tool, perhaps. But still, it's something that, as per today, we are using mainly to automatize a series of actions that usually we were used to perform differently, right? So that's what a tool does. Maybe tomorrow it will become something different, but the way it is used today is actually we use it to make something easier for us, and that's what a tool does. That's why I refer to AI as a tool.
I have a different angle, but I'm not want to talk about that now. Thank you very much, Nini.
Okay, you can talk. Okay, we have a question from Luca.
Thank you. May I ask you, as provider of digital services, although in a co-location, so I understand this means different players in the same data center, is difficult to have a single behavior. But however, what is your policy for electricity supply connection? Can you accept a flexible connection or not? Is a flexible connection something of interest for a data center, or of course according to some economic policy, or you need full connection at every time? Is reliability 100% needed, or you can think to have your own system and accept some reduction in capacity at the connection point?
It's very complex and difficult, because consider that being a platform and being an enabler for other companies delivering services, it's not up to us to discriminate which one we believe are strategic for a country or we would like to protect, right? Because after all, that's what the potential interactions, if I understand correctly your question, will be about, right? So determining where the network...
Not exactly an interruption, only a reduction of capacity.
But
it's up to you. It's up to you to cover the difference.
That depends whether I have means to produce it, right? So, for example, I refer to what you were mentioning about Ireland. I quickly mentioned that specific law generated monsters, or it risked to generate monsters. Because in Dublin, they were absolutely out of power, but they still wanted to grow because of their, extremely high convenient taxation to big companies. So Dublin, FLAP-D, in any case, was absolutely one of the most desired sites where to locate data centers, but there was no power anymore. Therefore, the government was nearly forced to do that, to make that move. Well, somebody was so bold to actually present projects of data centers 100% fully powered by fuel generators, diesel generators at 100% of the time. So yes, you have solved one issue, but you're creating another big ones. So yeah, that could be a possibility, but it needs to be developed through the years with the help of new solutions like the SMRs, for example. I would see personally, not talking from the Aruba perspective, but personally, I would see that as a very nice solution to the huge access to the grid power from data centers, because they will be basically substantially autonomous in that way. As it is now, let's say it will be really difficult reducing the power. because due to the nature of certain services that are delivered. So we have companies working with us, our customers. One of those, very famous, is the biggest stock market in Europe, which is Euronext, which chose us and the site of Ponte San Pietro that I presented you in the slides earlier to host their main infrastructure. And they are very careful. They're very sensitive to environment. So they reduce at their minimum all their operations when the stock markets are closed. So if you look at the graph of their power, you can actually see that after 7 p.m., basically their power halves. Okay, but it's situational, as I was saying. As a platform, it will be extremely difficult for us to discriminate whether there are certain moments in which we can plan for reducing or not.
Thank you very much. I guess we come to the end of the panel, and let me thank once again all the speakers for their valuable contributions to the panel and the others for staying here all the time. Okay, it's time for lunch. We are on time. Okay, now if there are any directions for lunch or
the rules of engagements are more or less than 10 minutes each, and then we will open the floor to Q&A from the public. And we'll probably have also some time for a general round of feedbacks in the end. Thank you very much. And yeah,
Thank you. Thank you very much. So you see on the screen a poem by Richard Brautigan from 1967. I don't know if many of you realize, but the word artificial intelligence dates back from 1956, so it's 70 years old. And important notions of AI, such as neural networks, are even older. Neural networks were invented in 1943. So when I hear that artificial intelligence is a big thing because of ChatGPT, it's a bit like hearing that George Clooney invented espresso in around 2005. Since Joseph Weizenbaum jokingly introduced the psychiatrist simulator ELIZA in the world in 1966, it has been known that computer users tend to anthropomorphize chatbots and project expectation that the system is not designed to fulfill. We think of AI models as potentially capable of empathy simply because they produce text, and we are fascinated by text. Actually, ELIZA worked entirely by reflecting the user's own sentences to them, only changing grammatical markers where needed. I feel stressed around my colleagues. You feel stressed around your colleagues. There's no understanding of what the user is talking about. But at the time, newspapers speculated that the automated psychiatry in coin-operated booths was just around the corner and that therapists would be replaced by machines. You can see a hint of that in George Lucas Films' THX 1138. Nowadays, large language models operate on the same basic principle, but they are a billion times more complex and thus proportionally more susceptible to mesmerize those unfamiliar with the technology. They have an amazing capability to capture the essence of grammar. That is a major achievement because producing convincing sentences used to be a major undertaking. The techniques that we use with LLMs can also be applied to varieties of other problems where a complex underlying structure needs to be understood implicitly. For instance, in molecular biology, you could use that to understand how genes or protein structures behave, or to propose things. Or in robotics, you could use that to understand movement. So on the one hand, they could provide very powerful tools to assist in the development of those fields. But on the other hand, I would like us to reflect on the fact that nobody would expect empathy from a motor control system or from a gene sequencer. that LLMs allow interaction with the computer in natural language rather than in programming language would be a paradigmatic shift if the system was reliable. But actually, we only have a language module unsupported by logic or cognition, and nothing like the theory of mind that human children learn around 3 years of age. Thus, we only obtain a Potemkin's AI, the illusion of a science fiction computer without the substance. This is how, at the price of enormous resources, we ended up programming computers to struggle with arithmetics or to fail to abide by basic, simple security protocols, which are things that computers are naturally strong to do. Human beings are very social creatures. We like to see ourselves in things that look human, but are not. This is why we hug teddy bears or see faces in clouds. This is why we are fascinated by mirrors. This is why we think of orangutans as forest people. We are also fascinated by the written word, which is why we ascribed it with prophetic virtues. It is written that something will happen. It's also why the generalization of printing exacerbated theological debates and yielded wars of religion in the 16th century, or why there were moral panics in the 18th century about the young reading novels. And on that front, seeing how we are thinking of restricting access to social media to minors, we might not be out of the wood yet. So on the one hand, we have mindless statistical text generators, and on the other, we have humans who so much yearn for their fellows that they play with dolls and see ghosts, and who are particularly susceptible to language. So can empathic AIs bridge the gap between these entities? Could we all be watched over by machines of loving grace? Well, in his 2012 paper, studying how communication fails between autistic and neurotypical people, Damian Milton showed that empathy needs to be a two-way street. Both subjects need to understand the other for successful communication to occur, what is now known as the double empathy problem. The dynamic at play in current AI-human interface is diametrically opposed to this double empathy condition. Humans cannot understand computers because they so much want to see themselves in them that they mistake chatbots for intelligent entities, sometimes trusting them to the point of sinking into psychosis. And computers show no sign of being aware of their own existence, much less of our own. But empathy does not only mean understanding, it also has an undertone of benevolence and compassion. Nowadays, the term AI is being appropriated by profit-seeking corporations to promote specific commercial products. By over-promising and exposing the public to stunning and unfamiliar knowledge, these corporations deflect onto their products expectations of carefulness and benevolence that the public should rightfully cast on them. Corporations have no incentive to care for human beings. On the contrary, they go through a cycle where they seduce clients into using their products, often by providing good products at artificially deflated prices, lock in the users by making them dependent, often using illegal practices that flout anti-monopoly and privacy laws, and finally, degrade the products and the prices to fully exploit their position, a process that author Cory Doctorow colorfully calls enshittification. And to this effect, corporations use their understanding of human psychology to impress with tricks but without compassion. Tricks such as cold reading or fear of missing out, to promote tools that are sometimes reminiscent of phrenology. For instance, image classifiers that claim are able to detect sexual orientation or to precisely determine the age of adolescent asylum seekers or to predict criminal tendencies. Note how these applications can have harmful consequences and how they systematically target minority groups, often groups historically victims of persecution and genocide. At the end of the day, if we want to reclaim the benefits of the do no harm principle, we must first replace obligations where they belong, not on machines, which cannot be held accountable, nor on abstractions like technology, but on the humans who decide to deploy them and who benefit from them. To this effect, we need another sort of tools, laws and regulations. And given that the game is played as part of a geostrategic competition between state actors, the EU AI Act is one of our best chances to counterbalance powerful opponents motivated not only by profit, but also by ideology.
All right. Thank you for Manuel being perfectly on time. So first, I think you should spend a few more words about this ELISA effect, which is something that I learned by having early access to what you were going to say, but I think it's a very interesting phenomenon that you could share with all the public with us. But and second, I want to push a little bit back on the, so you described the powerful corporations governing AI as aimed at profit maximizing and actually having as the only goal, or at least the fastest way to get to the profit, the shitification of things, as you cited. Okay, so first, it's a bit of a caricature of organizations out there. But suppose this is the case. I mean, how can we guarantee, or how can we use regulation to make sure that other type of enterprises, entities, organizations, corporations pursue a different and more humane, more human compatible type of AI?
Well, thank you very much for all the questions. I think that first we could enforce law as they are. What we've seen with the development of largest language models was that certain companies basically appropriated the entirety of the internet. And that's a major, absolutely the largest copyright violation ever seen. And it's striking that 20 years ago, people died for copyright infringement enforcement. Somebody like Aaron Swartz was pushed to suicide after being hounded by scientific publishers for sharing scientific articles, which he was not doing for profit. He was doing that for out of a political statement in favor of scientific research and equality before scientific research. It's striking to see that we can enforce the laws so forcefully on the one hand, and on the other, react to a massive violation by adapting the law to the criminals, because we would be stifling the criminal endeavor. The AI Act, so this is going to be more the subject of expertise of my esteemed colleagues. But the AI Act also encompasses notions of risk, notions of computation, the notion that a risky system should be regulated more strongly, and that a system that consumes enormous amounts of computing resources is inherently dangerous. These concepts are of a nature of putting a leash on the worst excesses of some of the companies.
Thank you. Is there any early question specific on some points? No, maybe you forgot about the ELISA.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so ELISA is actually funny. It was an experiment by a computational linguistic professor. He decided to reproduce a stereotypical conversation by some sorts of psychologists, Rogerian psychotherapy, which works by saying as little as possible, but encouraging the interlocutor to talk more. So basically saying things like, tell me more, or reflecting the user's own language to themselves. And he showed that he could reproduce this behavior with simple grammatical rules reproduced by a computer. And in 1966, you could already do that. What he did not anticipate was that people would actually take that seriously. They would not just find the demonstration funny and amusing and a good scientific demonstrator, but they would actually think that the computer was actually helpful, which it was not. It's like programming. If you program a computer saying, print, I'm alive, the computer is going to say, I'm alive. Does that make the computer alive? Of course not. So ELISA was doing basically that, but it's enough to fool people who want to be fooled.
Thank you very much. Any first thought? Yes, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations. Just a question about ELISA and Professor Weizenbaum, because if I'm not wrong, based on this experience, he wrote that some activities, some professions should be in human hands, not given to the machines. I remember that I think he mentioned police, judges, and I can't remember. That connection between empathy, humans, machines, if you can develop that idea that perhaps some tasks should be in human hands, I really appreciate any idea about that. Thank you.
So it's quite correct that Weizenbaum also had specific ideas of the direction that computer science and computer industry should take, and he was indeed, say, socially mindful. It's especially interesting because some prominent scientists are not, or were actually opposed to his ideas. We do have tendencies, school of thought around Palo Alto, that law is basically some sort of computer language. So if we wrote laws formally enough, you could have them executed by a computer, and so you could replace judge by a computer, just entering the facts, and the computer is going to deliver your sentence. And that's people like Weizenbaum would think it's an awful idea. I would absolutely subscribe to Weizenbaum's point of view. I think most of you would. But the notion is also that there's something very rich, very profoundly human at the core of the activity of law, of judgment, of police work. And we would tend to concentrate on the technical aspects of it, because that's what we as humans, practitioners, will spend quite a lot of time on. Also because we're going to moan more about that, because that's not what we want to do. We're more interested on the human side of things. But having robot policemen, for instance, would be an absolute terrible idea, because the core of the function is human judgment and the human understanding of why things are the way they are. And we see the worst of policing is a white supremacist policeman policing black people. That's not by accident.
So let's move now to our second speaker. So Professor Sofia Rancordas. She's a full professor of administrative law at Tilburg University, but also professor of another university here in Rome that begins with LU, like LUMSA, but ends in a different way, Luis. And so she will continue on this conversation, raising it to some extent from the corporate market level to the institutional level, but to diagnose. The diagnosis, if I understood well, the argument is going to be very much aligned, and the title already anticipates some of this, of the argument. So the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So yes, indeed, the title already anticipates what I'm going to say, because we have never lived in a world with so much empathy, and at the same time, we have never lived in a world with so little empathy. And it's exactly the point. We always expect people to be empathic. I see myself as a professor with my students. My students always expect me to be empathic when they say I'm anxious, I have so much to study. But then if I arrive 1 minute late, they are not happy. So we really see this dynamic. And basically, this partially comes from this superficial idea that there is always somebody, there's always Claude, ChatGPT listening to us and reproducing our thoughts, because of course, many of these models come from Elias's model, of course, idea of like the psychologist you pay and it will always reproduce your ideas. But the thing is, this idea that empathy is everywhere is kind of like fake in a way. And you see that even government has found out about empathy. And I mean, I actually wrote myself about empathy like a few years ago, asking governments to be more empathic. And you now see there is a shift, like in government. And governments have become more human-centered. AI has to be human-centered, citizen first, inclusive by design. There is quite a lot of shift to more empathic language. But the thing is, while there is a shift, and I'm sorry, I apologize for the small letters, you actually see that much of what we call empathy in digital world, digital government, is actually like empathy washing. Because this language is not reflecting the architecture of like accessibility and real empathy. It's basically actually just a type of language that actually gives you the impression that government cares about you. I'm not going to engage with the private actors. Emmanuel already did a good job in doing that. I'm going to talk about empathy washing in the public sector. Because basically, in the public sector, we have seen that there is a growing emergence of actually this idea that you have to be empathic with citizens. And empathy, actually, in principle, like should be an orientation towards difference. It should not just be that you have like, a nicer kind of language towards citizens. So in law and public administration, empathy should mean that you're able to recognize, understand, and respond to another situation. You have to recognize, especially. Empathy is about recognizing what the other is feeling. It actually presupposes an attention for difference, to see who is the citizen in front of you, who that person is, what kind of needs that person has, and respond to that. And basically, this idea of recognizing and responding is actually quite difficult in practice. But it is very necessary because very often, even though citizens know exactly what they need to do, sometimes they're not able to do it. And for example, I study a lot Social Security, and in Social Security, you see that sometimes citizens are not able to apply for the benefits they are entitled to because, simply speaking, they are struggling with vulnerability. They have basically overwhelmed with personal situations, and they are still forced to actually navigate very complex bureaucracy, complex online forms, and all of that without any kind of human help. And even though we talk a lot about empathy, this is basically a situation where you see that empathy is not really working because digital government has no empathy for those who actually really need it and actually find themselves in very vulnerable situations due to the lack of assistance. And this vulnerability that I've been studying for some years can also be explained, has also been explained by behavioral model economics, because many scientists who have been working on scarcity, they have said that sometimes you actually know exactly what you have to do, but if you're struggling with so many difficult situations, like imagine you're a single mother, you have 3 kids, they are sick, you just lost your job, like how on earth are you going to comply with all the complex forms that you have to fill in online? You just have scarcity of brain capacity to actually deal with it all. And this is something that all of us at some point in our life have dealt with, that you actually just became angry and you cannot do things properly because you have scarcity of mental capacity. And basically, this is an implication that is quite serious and that has to also be taken into account when designing digital government and when actually thinking of who is the citizen before you. So being empathic actually means that you actually know who the person is and actually what this person faces. What the law does is actually the law always talks about average citizens. When you digitalize something, you think of an average citizen who is able to actually engage with government in a specific way. But in general, also when you just design any kind of form, any kind of bureaucracy, you have this idea of a citizen with average skills. The only thing is, this average skill as person does not exist. There are many citizens, all with different skills, all with different abilities and limitations. And this is something that we actually see that the government is not really doing. Basically, there are many examples that I'm not going to touch upon of how actually this average citizen idea has failed. But what I would like to talk about is exactly how this idea that you should be empathic is failing because we don't take into account difference. So basically, when government says, well, we should be more empathic because everybody is empathic now, what you see is that what happens is that there is only empathy on the surface. So there's empathy on the surface, but it's just basically just like a warm surface, the same way that Eliza was a warm surface. The idea that you just write apologetic emails, you change the language, you say, I'm sorry, like ChatGPT always says, I'm sorry when you criticize it. It's exactly the same. But this is empathy washing because when you actually look very closely, you don't know how the system is working. It's very opaque. You don't know if there are structural inequalities embedded into the system. So you don't know if you're being if the outcome is going to be discriminatory towards you. And you don't know exactly how the system just came up with this idea. So it's just apologetic language that is very often disconnected to any outcome that can come out of it, but also the consideration of difference that exists. So it's basically just a surface level of being nice that is attached to actually communication with government and with government citizen, but it's not something that actually is profound because empathy is not penetrating the whole system. It's only being put as a coat over actually what we're offering citizens. So basically, what is the difference between empathy washing and genuine empathy? So basically, if we're going to actually truly be empathic, we have to really think about what it means to actually offer heterogeneity. Consider actually services that are designed in a friendly way towards different citizens. So then basically, we have to think about structural empathy, ex ante, which means that you have to design digital government in a better way. You have to consider the complexity of bureaucracy as such, and think about how you actually can design procedures for citizens that have a so-called lower bandwidth, lower mental capacity, not because they don't lack intelligence. It's about intelligence. It's just that when you're struggling with a lot of things, you just have less capacity to engage with complex bureaucracy. And the structural empathy means that you consider the difficulties that a certain group may have faced to actually achieve at some point. So if you're, of course, a female academic, it's much more difficult for you to actually be here. because you have a lot of struggles sometimes to actually be in the same place that a male academic must have had. But there are even worse situations where people come from underprivileged backgrounds, and then they are actually just underprivileged at many, many levels. And structural empathy means that you don't change only the design, you don't change only like a language, but you change how certain people are considered in the system by the government. And basically, this means looking ex ante, but also ex post. Because the thing is, those who actually face challenges in engaging with bureaucracy and with digital government may actually make mistakes when filling in forms. So if you are applying for a benefit and you have to do it by yourself, just by yourself alone at the kitchen table, you may make mistakes. These forms are very complex. I mean, probably none of you have had to fill in forms until now because, you know, like it's something you do later in life. But ex post empathy means that if you actually make a mistake when filling in forms, that you're forgiven. Because there have been many scandals throughout the world where basically people who were like, you know, charged with fraud because they had made mistakes and they were regarded as fraud. But they were just simple mistakes. They were errors because people did not understand how to actually introduce information. Because they were alone in front of a computer, they were facing different challenges, and still they had to actually face these challenges and be treated like clients of public services instead of actually being seen as right holders. So ex post empathy means that if you make a mistake, you have the right to be forgiven too. This is a right that actually was introduced in France. There are many other countries that are working on this kind of like ex post empathy perspective. Also, Belgium has, for example, like the Ombudsman in Belgium has adopted some guidelines on this. But this ex post empathy still has to come to life. So this is something that is still lives very much on paper, but real empathy would mean that you're also forgiven. So basically, to wrap up, empathy washing is, you know, a big concern, I would say, as somebody who actually has been writing on empathy. Because on the one hand, you want people to be, like government to be nicer and show empathy towards citizens. But at the same time, it has to be something that penetrates the whole system and it does not remain at the top layer. Of course, if you actually use empathy too much, you may be accused of paternalism, because this means that you actually like show that you know better what somebody needs. It is a risk, of course. It is a risk that we actually have seen, like in many other fields, like, you know, prohibition to smoke or other bans. But I think it's important to consider it because very often empathy, like structurally, is needed also to address systemic inequalities and the fact that some people are never going to be at the same level when actually encountering government in specifically challenging situations. So I'll leave it with you, this one, and I'll just say that, I mean, I'll just go back to where I started. We live in a world where we all want empathy, but we don't want to give any. And I think it is important to see empathy as something that is not just about how you sound in general, but also how you act. It is about rethinking architectures of inequality, architectures that actually may be actually very unempathetic because they always were built thinking of like an average citizen who has their life figured out. But I think many of us don't have our lives figured out. So I think we all need a little bit of empathy, both in the analog world and in the digital world. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophia. So I'm myself very sympathetic with this idea of empathy washing. I mean, as you started with our job, which is, it seems like empathy washing is also, to some extent, corrupting our activities as well. But so let me play a little bit advocate of the devil here. So now so I put my false hat as a representative of an AI company, and I would argue that actually it seems you provide a very strong argument for the use of more AI in regulation. So because the AI can, again with my hat, can actually fill exactly the gap you seem to point at. So we have administrative structures that at present are not capable of tailoring their answers to the specificities of people. They look at the standard citizen, but you claim we need to look at the individual citizen with all their needs and capacity constraints, so on and so forth. And the AI, guess what, can help us exactly to do that. So is your an argument for? And also, I also like a lot. The forgive, exactly, right to be forgiven. Yeah, so forgive is not forget, and the AI is very useful in not. I mean, yes, people can make mistake, but let's follow up whether whether they actually stick to some commitments, whether they improve, and so on and so forth. And again, is that an argument to use more AI to tailor regulations towards the needs of the citizens?
That's an excellent question. I actually, like, AI can help a lot, actually. The only issue is that, so for example, I'm working now on a paper on proactive distribution of benefits. And there are countries like Estonia where you don't have to apply for any benefits anymore. You're just given the benefits. Imagine you have a child, you deliver at the hospital. They know that you had a child at the hospital. It's registered there. You come home 1 week later, you get your money as a parent. You don't have to fill in the forms. It's automatically provided. Because in Estonia, they use all the data and to actually give you what you need. So there's just no like old-fashioned like filling in things. So they use data, but they also AI. So you actually could say, well, it is great because then you actually know exactly who is in need, and you can use AI to provide it and personalize services. And I would say that for some things, I think it could be helpful. So for some proactive services, using AI can be helpful. But we have to be careful because you don't never know where like the data is going to end up. And the same way that Napoleonic census were used to gather data on the population for taxation purposes. That's the same data many years later was used to actually pursue sort of groups. And this is why we have to be careful when personalizing, data, because you never know how the data will be used. So I would say, I think we could use for some of it, but I wouldn't advocate for like a bigger role because I think it's quite dangerous in general. But I think government right now, with the data they have, they can already do much more. I would say you don't even need like super LLMs to actually like use it. The second point, indeed, the right to be forgiven is not a right to be it's not forgive and forget. So in France, le droit à l'erreur is not a right to be forgotten. In fact, you only have one chance of making a mistake. So that it's not forgotten. It will go on your record that you made a mistake, and you're not allowed to make a second mistake. So it's not forgotten, and it will be taken into account if you actually commit fraud in the future. So it will be actually accounted for that you actually were forgiven for that. And that is an issue. You don't want to have too many people committing fraud, obviously. So you need to have a record, but you also need to protect people's privacy. If maybe you've made a mistake because of certain circumstances. And what I would say is that, with empathy, what I advocate is that we need to combine this digital layer of government with having still a bit of human layer, in the sense that, yes, I'm not like a techno solutionist, but I'm not like Luddite either. So I do think we need both. And because the thing is, if you have kind of a human assistance to this can help navigating complexity, but it can also help bridge some of these elements. So I would say we need a little bit of both. But I'm not completely against using the AI kind of model personalized services. But I would say kind of we already kind of do that or could do it.
Yeah. There's a question down there. There's a microphone coming.
Thank you very much. Very interesting presentation. I recently had a very similar experience with a private operator, Deliveroo. I had been constantly delayed, probably speaking with a bot, and I was receiving actually more upset. Now, I have two comments. My first comment is whether you think that it's for a citizen towards public service, it's not a matter of efficiency rather than empathy. So I'd like you to clarify a little bit what you mean by empathy and whether you think this would be important to make citizens satisfied compared with efficiency. My feeling is that I could well deal with an interaction that is not empathic, however, that is efficient. And the second is just a comment. I get the example of Estonia. We constantly have Estonia as a benchmark. Estonia has 1,200,000 citizens. The city of Rome has almost double citizens. So I think it's in a way biased way to look at how we should make, because we talk of scaling up, and scaling up it's actually challenging. And so looking at a very small country as an example, I believe that it's not necessarily the benchmark we should be looking at, but maybe you disagree with me, so I'd like to know your opinion about it.
Austria is also initiating some pilots, and Austria is more like, I agree with you that Estonia is a very specific example, because they started like their digitalization process like completely tabula rasa, so they completely changed, went from the previous Soviet system to like the modern system. So it's not a comparable example. I just use it as an example because it's the most famous one. But Austria and Belgium have been starting some pilots on the automatic like distribution of benefits. And both Austria and Belgium, they are paper-based bureaucracies that went digital, so they are more comparable to us. And of course, this kind of like rationale is only possible when you have like achieved a certain level of digitalization that is very advanced. So in Europe, maybe Denmark and the Netherlands are closer to that level. In Italy, we're not close to that level. So we cannot digitize to the same level of that other countries have. And of course, probably like getting to the level of Estonia means a complete mindset shift. Regarding the first question, I think the principle of efficiency is a principle of governance. And this is something that I would like to underline. I'm a professor of administrative law, and I always underline it. When we talk about good administration, we don't talk very often about efficiency, but efficiency is a principle. But the question is, what kind of efficiency? I mean, I also studied economics. So then my question is, what kind of efficiency are we talking about? Because very often what you see is productive efficiency as coming like as an easy kind of like presentation. But you don't have only productive efficiency, you also have a locative efficiency and distributed efficiency. So I would claim that the government is not a factory. So as it's not a factory, you should think about a locative and distributed efficiency, which I think could be better, well combined with certain elements of empathy. Because if you actually see, of course, it's not efficient to give benefits to a lot of people, but the thing is, it depends on how you see benefits. Social security benefits are not charity. They are means of controlling population and avoiding conflict. It sounds very harsh when I say it, but it's exactly how they were thought of. They were to control like criminality, avoid conflicts between people. And if you see it from that perspective, then it makes a lot more sense to actually say, well, let's make sure that like we actually treat citizens with respect, with empathy, because then we are actually like managing a social security system in the way it was supposed to be managed, in a way that is, of course, not a way of just solidarity and universality like the Scandinavian model, but it's at least a way in which people are not left behind, because people that are left behind, they contribute to like a population that might actually be in poverty, and I don't think any country wants to have more poverty. So I would say that thinking of efficiency in a different way can actually like be compatible with actually introducing notions of empathy, like structural empathy in government.
Thank you.
So thank you very much. So let's now move. There will be more room for questions at the end, but let's now move to our third speaker, Professor Sarel from Hamburg University. Is a colleague. We teach together in a master. Actually, some students are here. The European Master of Law and Economics. Is a true law and economic scholar. I mean, he teaches everything between private law and empirical legal studies, so covers quite some ground. And so his talk now will bring us back to the firm level. So we started with the market level, where we saw that the market incentives can lead corporations to use AI in ways that result to be detrimental to, well, certainly human satisfaction, human welfare. We moved up a little bit the ladder to the institutional level to see that some of the same problems affect institutions, public institutions. Now, back to the firm level, where a lot of time we think that the solution to some of the AI problems can be solved by inserting the human in the loop. So there's AI, but as long as there's some human involved in checking whatever goes on with AI, then we are fine. Well, Professor Sorel will tell us that that's not as easy as it sounds.
Okay, thanks very much. Let's see if this works. Great. First of all, I am very jealous of Estonians. Germany has asked me to deliver the birth certificate of my older kids to get the money for my younger kids, as if they don't know. They have been paying me for 10 years. I hope that they didn't think they're paying me for nothing. So I will talk to you on what I call, oh, this is very loud, on what I call the AI adoption trap. But as Professor Ozzoli said, basically this is an issue of a human in the loop. And more specifically, when humans engage with AI, why are there problems? Because if a human can catch everything, then theoretically, great, there's no problem anymore. So from an economics perspective, there might be two explanations. One is based on rational choice and has to do with incentives. So if I'm an employee at a firm and I simply do not care about the outcome because it affects my boss or it affects the client, then I might just want to be lazy and go hang out in this lovely weather in Rome. That's one explanation. I'm going to put that aside and talk about the other explanation, which is behavioral economics. And that is, even if we assume that employees want to get the right result, they might still fail to do so because of different cognitive biases and heuristics that fail them. So if I am a firm and I'm thinking I'm going to bring AI inside, it's quite clear why I want to do that. There are some studies showing that small companies in particular benefit from the adoption of AI. Most of them are earlier studies, so it's not necessarily large language models, but it's a general concept. It's clear that it increases productivity. But what I'm going to explain to you is that this makes them susceptible to potential biases, and also that those biases might be more likely for smaller firms compared to larger firms. So let's take this example that we see. These are two titles from the newspaper from recent months. We had two embarrassing incidents where Ernst & Young and Deloitte, big consulting companies, had to retract studies after they found fake references inside. The case of Deloitte, you see it's just $290,000, but of course that's quite a lot. If I am a big company like Ernst & Young and this happens, then, you know, it's embarrassing, but the next day I still have all my clients. If I am a small company and this happens, I'm basically done, right? Nobody wants to work with me again. So this makes stakes much larger, which could help maybe, but it could also make things worse. So to illustrate what I'm talking about, let's take an example. There is a client and he wants some consulting information. So he contacts a small company or a large company. And that company uses generative AI to draft a report or to conduct the research. Usually there is some kind of low-level employee, like an intern, who uses ChatGPT or whatever to get the result. And then he sends it maybe to a senior consultant that has a look before it goes out to the client. Within that chain, behavioral biases can enter at various levels. They could enter at the client request, so the client might have biases, but of course there might also be biases at the intern level or at the senior consultant level. So let's see how this manifests. The first and most concerning set of biases is the cluster of confirmation bias, sycophancy, and framing. What is this about? Confirmation bias is a well-known bias from behavioral economics, which basically says, I have a tendency to like what I see that approves my original beliefs and neglect everything which contradicts what I originally thought. So just a sort of a reinforcement loop of things. Now, that bias exists irrespective of AI, but AI makes it much, much worse for several reasons. First of all, we know from studies that AI has the tendency of being sycophantic, which means it tells me what I want to hear. So if I'm already tending to adopt my own view anyway, if the AI just echoes my own opinion back to me, it makes the loop even stronger. To make that worse, we know there's also the effects of framing. So the way that a message is framed affects how I perceive it and respond to it. If the AI is well trained, it might even know how to frame the message that it resonates with me, and then it echoes my own thoughts back to me in the most effective way. Now, I don't have this in this slide, but to make things triple worse, there are two recent studies that came out in the last 2 weeks. One that says that after people have engaged with AI, 3 weeks later, they start feeling that engaging with humans is effortful. So I not only echo my own biases, but I don't want to deal with humans anymore because I like this flattery that I get from the AI. And on top of that, we have a new study from Stanford that's saying that law professors prefer output from AI than the output from their peers. So it's effortful to go to the other person, and I also dislike what others telling me compared to AI. All of this causes me to concentrate on what the AI tells me to do and skip everything else. And we have evidence of that from various domains, psychologists, pathologists, and so on. The second cluster is overconfidence and what we call the Dunning-Kruger effect. Overconfidence is obvious. I am too confident of my own ability. And even if I don't know how to use AI, I might think I know how to use it and then suffer as a consequence. The Dunning-Kruger effect tells us that experts are more skeptical of things, whereas laymen are not so skeptical. So if I'm an intern, I have no clue, I'm overconfident, and because I'm not an expert, I'm even more overconfident. The third cluster is everything having to do with the fact that I'm interacting with a machine rather than a person. And different biases can come inside here. On the one hand, some people have what we call automation bias. That means they just tend to believe what technology tells them, irrespective of the message. At the other spectrum, we have algorithmic aversion. These are people that hate everything that comes out of AI, irrespective of the content itself. Neither of these is great, right? So we want people to judge the output, not where it came from. A related effect is the so-called illusory truth effect, which is basically if you repeat something as many times, then people tend to accept it as truth. So if the AI, I ask it again and again, and it keeps giving me the same thing, that's bad. I might be exposed to it and get used to it. The last point has to do with trust. People tend to trust other people partly because they feel there's a conversation partner that understands them and hears them. If I interact with AI on a daily basis, I might perceive it as if I'm talking to a person, and then I trust what it says. And there are some unfortunate incidents with self-harm where people have engaged with an AI and then did a bunch of stuff. Same kind of thing might also happen in the business context. Finally, there are other biases. This is a long laundry list, but let's take two. One is so-called accountability diffusion. So there's evidence that if we work in teams, there's more corruption because each person says, well, it's the team's fault, it's not mine. The same thing if I think that the AI is part of a two-person team with me, and then I say, well, it's the AI who did it, not me. And another classical one is anchoring. So that's when I see a number or some kind of initial output, and I anchor on it and refuse to deviate psychologically from it. So once I ask ChatGPT, should I invest this money? Should I have that client? Should we file a lawsuit? I might stick to whatever is told. All of these biases are basically at the human level, right? It comes from the AI, but it is the human that suffers from these biases. So one of the biggest questions is, can we somehow debias that person? But before I answer that, I should add something about whether AI only causes biases or does it also help us with certain biases. And I think there are a few biases where the AI can actually help us mitigate them. One of them is the so-called endowment effect. That is, after I buy something, I get attached to it and I don't want to let it go because I'm perceiving it as a loss. The endowment effect happens because I'm close to the object, but there's evidence that when I ask somebody else to trade on my behalf, that part is gone. If we place AI in the middle between me and the content, that might help me get rid of some of that bias. A similar thing is what we call the IKEA effect. That is, after we build something with our hands, we value it more. If I let the AI do the research for me, I might not be so attached to it because the AI did it and not I did it. So not all things are bad. The AI could also mitigate some biases, but here I'm more to talk about the biases that it does cause. Oh, got stuck. Oh, here. Okay, so now a couple of words about why smaller companies are the ones that are more important here. In a large firm, like I said, there are lower stakes because if there's an embarrassment, I'm not bankrupt. In a small firm, I don't have so much leeway. Second, in a large firm, I usually have some kind of layered review, an intern, a senior consultant, a partner. In small companies, it just might be the co-founder and that's it. Another thing to think about is where you get the AI from and how you use it. So if I am a one-person company, I might just use ChatGPT and stick to it because, you know, I've been working with it and it's nice. If I'm a large company, I have a formal vetting process. I contact several suppliers. I get better deals from them. I also have more financial capacity to do that, whereas in an SME, not really. And you might think there's also some dependence on where the model comes from. If I'm a large company, I have maybe data. And if I'm a small company, not so much. So I cannot fine-tune the model. Okay, last slide, and then I'll open up for a question. So what can we do about this? If I start from the AI Act and the Omnibus correction, the AI Act has basically alleviated some of the burden for smaller companies. So that's not great from this perspective. We might want to be more harsh rather than more lenient. But there are a bunch of other stuff we could try to do. We could try to push for AI literacy training, make sure that they have better knowledge before they interact. We might, as managers, ask our employees to have adversarial prompting. So we ask the AI, show me the other side, red team the idea. We might require them to consult with multiple models, Claude, Gemini, ChatGPT, not just one. And we might try to use tools from behavioral economics to get them better, like Sludge. So we tell them, you want to use AI? Fine, but file a report at the end of the day explaining exactly what you did in 10 pages and sign at the bottom. So then maybe they're more careful. Whether any of this works is an empirical question, not for today. But just to close, there is sort of a trap here, because if I'm a small company, I want AI to make me better, to compete, but I suffer from biases. Some biases are worse, and some biases maybe are mitigated. Therefore, with the policy perspective, we should focus on this asymmetry, make sure we tailor things to the small and medium enterprises, and not just maybe impose the exact same thing as large companies. Thanks.
Any question? Yes, it's.
Okay, so you mentioned that the AI adoption trap, very asymmetric, but I think based on the potential solutions you described, those are also at the risk of being very asymmetric, because if you're a large company, it's much easier to train your people because you have more of a network in place for that. And the same for the adversarial prompting, for example, it's much easier to do that if you're a large company. So do you have any thoughts, ideas on how we should develop these policies so they're more symmetric and actually help the people who need it most, or the companies who need it most?
So that's a great question, and my initial response is no, I have no clue, but now let's think about it for a second. One thought is that maybe for larger companies, they have an incentive to do it on their own, whereas for smaller companies, because they don't have the resources, we should either subsidize it somehow, or if we think it's their problem, we might want to mandate it. So if you are a company above a certain threshold, like we have, let's say, for corporate sustainability due diligence, above a certain threshold, you have to do it, below not, switch it around. If you're below 500 employees, you have to prove that you have AI literacy in your company. If you're a big corporation, we know you can do it, so we don't bother with it. That's one thought. I don't know if this creates perverse incentives, but and some of the things indeed are applicable in both companies. So I'm not saying that everything needs to be separated, but yeah, I think money is the main thing. We need to somehow fund this if we want to make sure there are no market failures.
Right. So I jump into this late conversation by saying that what is notably absent here, and it's even more notably absent since we are in a panel about regulation, is actually a regular type of regulatory intervention. So I ask you to, I push you to see whether you see any space, because these are mostly firm-based, voluntary-based solutions to the problem. I mean, very economically type of approach to solving cognitive biases. But so is there any room for regulation? And maybe I enlarge this to the other two speakers, because I mean, we mentioned the AI Act, but so altogether the three presentations made a diagnosis about the many problems we have when humans interact with AI. Do we have one? Do we need I mean, is it enough to have one single regulatory tool like the AI Act, or do we have to intervene at different levels, and which levels? So, but first, I want to hear from Roy.
So first of all, this is for a special issue on a journal of managerial economics, and that's why it is the way it is. But no, I certainly think there is room for regulation. One idea, I didn't mention it here, would be to force the firms to disclose which policies they have in place. So it takes all of this, but it transfers it to the regulatory level by forcing them to disclose what they do. It also forces them to adopt something, otherwise it's embarrassing. So that's one idea. The second is to have these nudges and sludges at the regulation level. You can change the default in a certain way. If you're a smaller company and you want to adopt AI, then you can only do it if you do X, Y, Z, or declare X, Y, Z. And to some degree, you could also try to sort of jump in and regulate what technology they can or cannot use. But as a hunch, this is not a great idea. We want to leave some room for companies to deal with this on their own. So more of broader things. Now, AI Act or not, AI Act is, the original proposal was 108 pages. So I very much hope that you can push it still within the AI Act for whatever you want to do. But we might need to have some more sensitive provisions for SMEs, just maybe not the way Omnibus goes about it.
Manuel?
Yes. I would say that the emergence of AI and the way it emerges is strongly predicated on political philosophy. We have certain notions of what human beings are, what they should be, what we want them to be, and depending on who gets to say who has what idea and who holds the AI tool or who provides the AI tool to others, they are those people will be in a place to further their views. So the EU AI Act is a way of defending a consensual European notion of what human beings are. It doesn't need to be especially political in the sense of I want to vote for this or that person, but at the very least to have a modicum of core values on which we can find that we can agree on. And those values are not necessarily the same that some of our competitors have.
Well, I think when we talk about AI regulation and real empathy, we have an issue. We have two issues maybe. The first one is that if we want AI to be truly empathetic, like let's think, like imagine that we actually like don't want AI to just be a set of predictions, like as Eliza, then we would bump into like an issue with the prohibition of subliminal practices. Because if you want AI to be truly empathic, you actually need some kind of level of manipulation, which is of course like, the first element we bump into. But if we just like don't think about the elements of a truly empathic AI, but we actually think, okay, like let's push it aside and come back to my story of just like using other ways of like making government more empathic in digital governments. I think there probably we should consider like some elements. For example, nowadays there are some governments which actually test the accessibility of platforms. So they do like an impact assessment where they actually see whether like a number of citizens would be able to actually engage with it. So I do think, considering the impact that automation has on people's lives and the fact that the way you design a system has such a big impact that, of course, in administrative law, we always give citizens the possibility to like offer their opinion and participate at some point in the administrative procedure. But we give this opportunity a little bit too late. Even though case law has actually said you need to do it before a decision has been taken. But the thing is, even though you do it like at this point, it's already too late. There must be more participation earlier when there is the design of systems. And I think there's a role for regulation, because regulation is has not been focused as much on that level of system design, even though of course we have experts that have been writing about it. So I do think we, through other instruments which are not the AI Act, we probably should think about this. So especially when it comes to impact assessments elements, I think we need to think about, I wouldn't say we should have any empathy impact assessment, I wouldn't go that far, but at least in terms of participation of citizens, I think it should start earlier, for example.
Right, food for thought. So are we done with the time, right, Luca, I think, or do we have time for one? No, no time for further questions. So thank you very much to our panelists. And
Thank you very much for being with us for this panel on European digital sovereignty in times of polycrisis. My name is Giovanni Ferri. I teach at LUMSA University. I'm an economist, and I've been asked to coordinate this panel. I will try to not to use too much time, but maybe we can project the two slides that I sent. What is the polycrisis? It is a concept which is quite familiar to most of us, but to be sure that we are on the same side. The other one. Polycrisis is a term that was originally introduced by Edgar Morin in 1993, more than 30 years ago. The idea is that, and it was disseminated and made it to the public debate in 2023 when the World Economic Forum used this term. The idea is that there are not just single crises, but there are many different crises that are interacting with each other. And in particular, the World Economic Forum distinguished 5 types of crises: environmental, social, economic, cyber crisis, and political crisis. This is the background, and our session is on European digital sovereignty in these times. Clearly, the fact that we are experiencing many interrelated crises is telling us that something is changing in the paradigm, and what we have seen in the last year and a half is certainly something that was hardly imaginable until a few years ago. The hegemonic power of the world, which has been after the Second World War, the United States of America, has changed its entire approach to the global governance, and therefore all of these issues are intensifying and becoming more cogent for us. I asked ChatGPT to represent the three basic dimensions of strategic sovereignty, which we are talking about, and it came up with this. First is capacity, is the foundation of resources, technologies, industries, institutions, and skills that enable us to act. The second layer is resilience, the capacity to anticipate, absorb, and recover from shocks, disruptions, and pressure without losing stability. And the top layer is perhaps the most important, is the autonomy of choice. Now here we are discussing evidently about all of these layers, but in particular about the third one, because the ability to define our priorities and make independent decisions in serving our interests and values is the top importance, top priority. And this is what many years ago it was defined by the famous German Jewish philosopher that founded the science of philosophy of sustainability, introducing the concept of self-determination for the future generations. And so we are touching about something very, very huge, very important, but we need to focus on the European digital sovereignty. And so why don't we start with Florentin Blanc, who is going to present us his speech on European digital sovereignty in times of polycrisis.
Yes, this should be working now. Good afternoon, everyone. How many minutes do we have? Just checking. 8 minutes. Okay, 8 minutes is a good time. I'm going to try to be short. Let's go to the next slide directly. It's a little bit small, but you're seeing here a building, and this building is the International Criminal Court in The Hague. You may or may not know that the International Criminal Court has been affected quite severely by some problems with accessing their own computer systems, which may sound funny. But also some of their most senior judges and prosecutors have been not only banned and blocked from accessing their own emails, but banned from using anything which is somehow involved with the United States, which means pretty much everything on Earth. So they don't have credit cards anymore, they cannot purchase plane tickets. They're basically consigned to a pre-digital era. Why? Because all of these critical systems rely on the US at some point. As to the computer system of the ICC itself, it's provided by Microsoft. And as has not escaped your attention, there's been a change of government in the US. Now, the US was always extremely opposed to the International Criminal Court, never ratified, etc., but stepped up its hostility, and they decided to directly punish those daring magistrates in the ICC who dared to open an investigation against Israel for what's been happening in the Gaza Strip. That's quite an interesting movement. Now, when you know that during the negotiations about the customs duties that President Trump claimed he had the right to impose, and the Supreme Court finally said, no, he doesn't. The American negotiators personally threatened the European negotiators as well. It starts to become really interesting, because even if they were not sending assassination agents or whatever, they have ways to make your life extremely miserable. So, first point, Europe depends heavily on a small number of mostly US tech corporations. And this is affecting a lot of critical infrastructure, including things you don't necessarily associate immediately, like using your bloody credit card, which when you can't, is suddenly a little bit more difficult. There are lots of lock-in mechanisms to make institutions trapped into using ecosystems that they cannot control, from specific file formats, the way your data is hosted, etc. Some foreign governments, in that case it's pretty obvious which one, the US government, can legally force corporations based in the US to access this data. Now, this is even without abuses of power by the current administration. This is in the actual legal framework. Because the same would happen if your computer system depended on, let's say, China. But as we see with ICC judges and prosecutors, this is quite real. This is not anymore a purely abstract issue. So the question has stopped to be, does it matter? Because for a long time it was difficult to convince people that it mattered. But whether it is possible to remain autonomous and to have your own policy and your own political line, etc., if you are entirely dependent on a country which has decided to, you could say, weaponize the capitalistic control of entities that actually control your digital infrastructure, right? I mean, you have a cascade of controls. You have the control of your digital infrastructure, which is a capital, the capital sits in the US in that case, and the US has legal and less legal means to compel these companies to do what they want. Next slide, please. Now, it goes beyond just, oops, my digital infrastructure is controlled by a foreign country. Corporations have a life of their own as well. Now, I've been generous in this slide in writing some of them in the profit-driven corporations. As we've recently seen with Amazon, the line is quite thin, and an oligarch which seemed perfectly profit-driven so far can certainly become a lot more political than you thought, right? And Elon Musk, who is major proponents of white supremacism and neo-Nazism, this was known for a long time by people who were really focused on him, but most people thought of him as just, a mega billionaire who wants money for a long time, right? So sometimes it seems that people are profit-driven, but maybe they are also something else. So right now you could put Microsoft, Google, Apple, and maybe Meta in the, mostly profit-driven. They might not have an explicit political agenda, but their neutrality, as much as this, is quite fragile, because they will do whatever the US government pushes them to do, well, in a relationship where they're also manipulating the US government, right? I mean, so it's a duo. It takes two to tango, and each person is tangoing with the other. But clearly, if the US wants to put pressure, they will do. And then you have explicitly political firms which put out political statements. It's the case of Palantir, which has really put out recently a political manifesto, which is explicitly authoritarian, to be polite. This is essentially the most explicitly neo-Nazi firm in the world. And X as well, right? Formerly Twitter. Now, the problem is, these were maybe, originally created to make profit, but they are clearly operating beyond a profit motive. Twitter is losing money, and Elon Musk definitely doesn't care. It's subsidized from other companies. The point is, they clearly have a political manipulation agenda, and so if you keep using them and having them as part of your either media ecosystem, or even worse, you give them some of your precious data, as for Palantir, which is a firm selling data consolidation and analytics, you're really getting in trouble. Yeah, 3 minutes. I'm good. In addition, even if you're not realizing it, the aggregation of a lot of data can, when combined, be used for military spying, etc. And of course, personal vulnerability. So then putting pressure on specific people. You can manipulate politicians by saying, hey, I have this on you. So next slide. One specific problem of the EU, not to say the EU is wonderful and everything, but the EU was clearly created, and the EC before it, on the idea of a level playing field and an open market, and a market on which everyone is equal. This has driven a lot of European policy and regulations, which people may or may not like, on open markets, but this is like a fundamental principle. So here's an example. In Europe, you can land a plane using any kind of satellite positioning system. European, Galileo, GPS, American, even Russian one, whatever. Well, currently you can't land as a Russian airline, but you could use as long as it's functional. Not so in the US, not so in Russia either. You have to use their own system, right? So as a result, every manufacturer of planes puts in GPS positioning because that's mandatory in the US, and you don't want to not go to the US market. Nobody will bother putting the Galileo system because it's no use, it's just a duplicate. And what happens is your system remains, the US system remains hegemonic, keeps the largest market share, grows, etc. And we really have a problem. So at some point, we need to be starting to use regulation and legislation in the other way, to force markets open, to force possibly, you've got some examples here, to force open systems that lock in the maintenance, that lock in the data, etc. Next slide. Policy remedies would involve being significantly tougher on the Digital Services Act enforcement. The DSA has a lot of potential. So far, gradualism has been extremely gradual. And, as somebody who works on regulation, I'm all for gradualism, but I'm also for the idea that you adapt your enforcement to the behavior of the regulated. The regulated entity is clearly in bad faith and hostile. There is no point in being gradual. You need to pull out the nuclear weapon immediately, which is, ban their bloody services. When the Brazilian Supreme Court did that with Twitter, with X, it actually worked. Elon Musk was suddenly forced to abandon certain things because he was losing a little bit too much money at that point. Algorithmic regulation, again, we need to be more incisive and active in banning certain automatic recommendation and certain bias in algorithms. And the simplest might be to completely ban automated recommendations in social media, because it's very difficult to go into, oh, this algorithm is okay and this one isn't. And focusing on favoring open source for public institutions rather than proprietary systems would be an excellent step. Conclusion, next slide. Digital sovereignty is foundational for democratic autonomy. It's not a niche technical concern. It's not just a case of autonomy, it's a case of maintaining democracy. Without some sovereignty here, you will not have real sovereignty. So if we are using rules, we need to use them to really put some sovereignty on infrastructure. And as long as we are completely dependent on infrastructure which is being politically manipulated, we are putting ourselves in danger. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Florentin. I wonder what is the difference, if you can, on, AI is a general purpose technology, and how this is very much different with respect to other cases in which we have this confrontation across the Atlantic and not only.
Well, I think AI is one more illustration. I was illustrating with some cases that were particularly obvious. Right now, as Emmanuel was explaining, AI is a very broad term, which is confusing tons of different technologies. And then one of these technologies, which is currently the one that has a lot of visibility and market impact, is large language models. And large language models are technology, but ChatGPT, Claude, and Gemini are products. Currently, the owners and controllers of the products that practically dominate the market to 90 whatever % are all American firms, some of which have a very explicit political agenda, some of which have a slightly more discreet political agenda, but all of which tend to have serious issues with democracy and participatory democracy. Several of these firms have taken very pro, autocracy by the knowledgeable, etc. So there is, exactly everything I was saying is valid as well. The more you are going to embed these systems into your work, the more you're going to be dependent on the system. You're also transferring them gigantic amounts of data, which they are permanently pumping out of your computer, as well as letting them siphon your intellectual property, as Emmanuel was also pointing out. So we've already kind of surrendered to 90% to a way that is extremely dangerous for benefits which are extremely doubtful. And these tools, as we've seen, can be highly manipulated. You can manipulate the way the chatbot answers, you can manipulate what it tells you, and then you can start steering people. We've seen how vulnerable people are to chatbots. They are vulnerable to sycophancy, as was said. They're vulnerable to self-reinforcement, etc. They're vulnerable to the belief that this is a real person speaking, or a knowledgeable entity, or a benevolent entity. And this is an absolute, mega weapon if people want to use it. And unfortunately, there's good evidence that people want to use it.
Thank you very much. If there is no urgent question from the floor, I would postpone the debate at the end. And I would give the floor to Federico Angele, who is here from the Good Lobby. So let's hear what good lobbyists can do in order to defend our sovereignty.
Bad lobbyist, but thank you for inviting me. Thank you, Nicoletta, for having the Good Lobby as partner of this project. Lobbying has a very bad reputation, while is a perfectly legitimate activity and is very important for decision makers, because thanks to lobbying, they can acquire data, information, points of view that could be relevant for their decision making. And on the other hand, it's very important for all the actors, because it let them to be part of the decision-making process, and let different points of view to be part of the decision-making process. And we don't have to forget that policymakers are not all-knowing, and they need data and evidence. So while the legitimacy of lobbying is not in question, and it is no coincidence that we are called the Good Lobby and not the Good Advocate, the problem arises when access to power is unbalanced. Some actors can afford armies of consultants, law firms, think tanks, trade associations. Supporting organizations, media campaigns, and permanent institutional relations, while citizens, workers, small businesses, and civil society, historically equipped with limited resources, are too often forced to chase after them. The very real risk is that the point of view of those representing private interest tends to prevail over the general interest, that is by definition fragmented and not easy to organize. As regards to the overall access of NGOs to the European Commission, we, thanks to the to the transparency register. We don't have to forget that here in Italy, we have nothing, we have no data available. So we are very happy to have at least a European register. The Transparency International Integrity Watch recently published data confirming a strong imbalance with corporate stakeholders dominating the meetings held. The new commission has held only 16% of all its meetings with representatives of civil society. The most striking figure is that among the commission's top 20 interlocutors, only 3 are NGOs. All the rest of the top 20 interlocutors are corporate actors. So big tech today represents an emblematic case of this imbalance. We already mentioned that Europe has tried to build a model different from the American and Chinese ones. But the rules that were introduced by the European legislator affect the heart of the business model of the major platforms. The reaction has been enormous on 2 fronts. First, the political pressure directly exerted by President Trump and the American administration. They have their representatives in Brussels that have never hidden their active promotion of big tech interests. Second, the lobbying carried out directly by the major companies through their own lobbyists, consultants, lawyers. Following a slide. Yeah. According to the analysis of Corporate Europe Observatory and NGO based in Brussels, in 2025, the annual spending of the digital industry on lobbying at the European Union reached 151 million. It was 113 million in 2023, meaning an increase of 34.6% in 2 years. If we look at data of 2021, it's an increase of 55%. In 2025, the entire process began for identifying technical standards and implementing rules for the AI Act in particular, along with the drafting of a digital omnibus. During this period, the 10 highest spending companies alone account for 49 million spending on lobbying. So 1/3 of the total that is registered in the Transparency Register. Meta is listed first with around 10 million, and the number of digital lobbyists has risen from 699 to 890 full-time equivalents, more than the members of the European Parliament. These numbers do not only tell us how much is big spent, they describe an ecosystem of influence. In the first half of 2025, again, according to that research, big tech held an average of 3 lobbying meetings per day, for a total of 378 meetings with senior Commission officials and members of the European Parliament. And this presence is not only direct. It does not come only with the Google, Meta, Microsoft, Amazon, or Apple logo on the door. It also comes through law firms, consultants, industry associations, think tanks, and groups that present themselves as a voice of startups or small businesses, but very often repeat positions perfectly aligned with the interest of the dominant major players that fund them. So now we come to the most recent and more worrying case, that is the digital omnibus. So under the apparently neutral label of simplification, as it was already highlighted by the keynote speaker, Europe today risks opening a new season of digital deregulation. So the methodological issue concerning how the omnibus policy-making process is structured is because this omnibus is characterized by a significant downsizing of two elements: consultations and legislative impact assessment. And as a result, plurality, participation, and the ability of laws to be sustainable and durable in the future are all weakened. At the beginning of my speech, I underlined that one of the main problems in access to institutions lies in asymmetries caused by resources and pre-existing relationships. One of the tools that can help rebalance this asymmetry is public consultation, which has long carried significant weight for European institutions and is taken, differently from the Italian case, seriously by the European Union. Consultations have so far been a feature of the entire policy circle, from design to evaluation. So the risk now is that omnibus bills, in the name of competitiveness, will curtail impact assessments and public consultation. And when consultations are curtailed, who is left in the room? So the last thing is that these concerns have stimulated a response from civil society, which has demanded political accountability in the context of the omnibus packages. So regarding the legitimacy of the omnibus instrument, many NGOs have already denounced the current situation. Thanks to the good lobbyist support, they filed a complaint with the European Ombudsman, who issued a finding identifying a possible case of maladministration in the way the Commission prepared urgent legislative proposals. The Commission, these are the words of the European Ombudsman, Teresa Anginio, the Commission must be able to respond urgently to different situations, especially in the current geopolitical context. However, it must ensure that accountability and transparency remain part of its legislative processes and that its actions are clearly explained to citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, in order to activate the stimuli coming from the civil society, I guess we are also facing the issue that our public opinion is perturbed by spurious interventions like the social media, and how can a good lobbyist try to prevent those negative effects?
So I don't really have a solution. What I can highlight is that these data are important, but is also important the response by civil society. I mean, we have created a coalition here in Italy, while there are different groups in Europe that are addressing all these topics. As I was mentioning before, the main issue is related to the presence, to the lack of resources in many cases, the lack of coordination. As I was telling before, one of the main issues is, besides the lack of resources, the fragmentation of civil society. Civil society finds very difficult to work together, and this is one of the main issues, and work together in a very, I would say, coordinated way at the national and European level. And on the other hand, one of the main issues is how to have citizens engaged, because in many cases, citizens, these groups that are quite, I wouldn't say powerful, but recognized, these groups representing civil society organizations, public interest, are at least recognized, but I wouldn't say that they are very well recognized by the general audience, that they are very well connected with the general audience. So I would say that this is one of the things that should be addressed and one of the main issues for civil society organizations. So how to really use citizens as civic lobbyists, I would say.
Thank you very much. Now it's the turn of Giovanni Battista Dagnino, my colleague, who is going to tell us about the European response to the technological hegemony of US and China.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Giovanni. Thank you, Nicoletta, for inviting me. We need to synchronize anyway, because it's 3:30, it's very late. I understand that it's not the best time to talk, because we have been here already 5 hours, too much. But I need you to stop staying with your phone, whatever, and because I prepared a very nice presentation, I need you to listen to me and to look at me, okay? So we have to stipulate now. So you stay with me, okay? I'm a management professor, I have to do the management professor. Okay, so that's the first stuff. Second, we are talking about one thing, European response to the hegemony, technological hegemony of US and China, okay? How many of you think that Europe can respond to US and China? So, raise your hands, please, come on. Only two? Up, nobody. Oh, that's terrible. Hopefully that we can make the same poll after the survey, after that, after my presentation, maybe a couple more, we have a couple more. So we can make it at the end. Okay, so what's the problem here? The problem here is exactly this one, that there is a domination by US and China. China and US. In some stuff, China is over US. For example, in physical AI, okay, robotics, to be sure. Some of you have seen the Spring Festival, the first New Year's Eve in China, first day of New Year's Eve, and the video they have on I urge you to see it if you haven't seen it. Anyway, so this is the problem. So basically, they have the GAFAM, the BATS, whatever it is. They have the big techs, and they do whatever. So where is Europe? Europe in the past was said like that. US innovate, China replicate, Europe. It's valid, still valid? No, because China is innovating as well. Okay, so this is old stuff. This is not true anymore, because basically China is not replicating anymore. It's an innovator. It's an original innovator. Okay, but the problem is Europe. Europe is still a regulator. You know how many pages are published in the US federal level, not the state level, in regulation? 0. AI regulation, 0. How many in China? 30. How many in Europe? 1,000. Okay, that's a problem. 1,000 pages is a problem, because it's a problem for competitiveness, for firms, it's a big problem. So now we are trying, they are trying, with CIVU, to build European response in terms of rules and trust. Rules and trust, trust and rules. We'll see how. Of course, it's not something full done, but it's something that we have been studying since October last year. Even my students have studied this kind of stuff. Then there was a conference organized by civil law professors, invited me. I took the stuff that the guys there in the class did it, and then I expanded that. And then I wrote a couple articles, so this is the third time. So Nicoletta is responsible for my third presentation. So if it's going bad, it's your fault, okay? Okay, let's go. So Europe doesn't react, but builds rules and models of trust, okay? How you can build rules and models of trust? Rules, not just regulation, see what happens. So basically, there are a couple of entrepreneurs with their entourage, with daily staff, that are doing some stuff in this direction. What do new EU-based leaders, seems like a song, EU-based AI leaders actually think? One is Arthur Mask. Have you ever heard about Arthur Mask? Mistral AI? Mistral AI, nobody? Mistral AI, okay. And the other one is called Niklas Zennström. He was the founder of Spotify. No, not Spotify. I'll tell you. Okay, this is the guy, and this is Arthur Mask. He was DeepMind before. The other two who founded the story, the Mistral story with him were coming from Meta, from Facebook. Okay. So open source, efficiency, and transparency. Mistral AI is a vanguard model. Basically, it's an LM. In France, they are using it quite widely. In Italy, nobody uses it. Nobody. Anybody here is using Mistral AI? Nobody. See? Okay. But still, this is the timeline. So look, in October, November 25, the valuation, the pre-money valuation was like 12 billion euros. Not so much, but they are small but mighty. So they have a lot of stuff. What is important here is this stuff. They are building a new Paris data center, which is a new infrastructure milestone, and it's funded by the state, French state. Okay, this is very important, the fact that they're funded by the French state, and it's a big one. Unfortunately, Aruba is building stuff, but they are much smaller. Okay, Aruba is they started it this morning, but they are much smaller than this one. Because one of the problems is that we don't have infrastructure, something that has emerged this morning. We don't have data centers that are proprietary. We have data centers in Europe made by Amazon, and what else? What else? Microsoft, Amazon, I mean, the usual suspects. And say, okay, but when we build data centers in Europe, we keep the data in Europe. Who believes that? Nobody. Okay, so that's a problem. We have to have a proper data center. Okay, anyway, and the other one is this guy, Niklas Zennström. I've heard of, this is the founder of, which one? What is that? Skype. He sold Skype at like 2 billion euros in 2005, and he founded Atomico. Atomico is a venture fund. But most important, he said, we don't need to move to Silicon Valley to build global companies. Why? Because he says that we need the 28th regime. I don't know why nobody has talked about that. You know what the 28th regime is? Nicoletta knows it. You know, it's going up now. I mean, how many countries do we have in Europe? 27, Europe, EU, European Union. 28th regime is a regime which is applicable to all the 27, and they call it 28, just not to be the one from France, from Spain, from Italy, or from Germany, or from Liechtenstein. I don't know. So it's a more difficult. But anyway, okay, so a regime which is applicable, a rule story, which is applicable to all the startups all over Europe. And they're bidding that. There are some problems, but it's going on. Okay, he was the one who inspired this kind of stuff, Niklas Zennström. So basically, what is quite, I mean, this is against the regulated fragmentation, anti-monopoly principle, digital single market. But what is important, how we get to this point. So basically, I go very, very briefly on that. There is a methodology because I asked my students to, I gave them a couple of articles on those guys, 2 different guys, and they said, put it in the mixer, the big mixer, Frullatore, I mean, the AI, and take something out of that. So they made 3 steps. I'm not going to these 3 steps, critical analysis, whatever, and they went there to discover that they have 2 different roles. Arthur Metz is the executor, while Zennström is the architect. Okay, and basically we need, it is 2 sides of the same coin. We need both of them. We need the executors, but we need also designers, architects of the future to go by ourselves. Okay, so I think I'm almost done. Don't worry. I hope that I'm staying 2 minutes, or even more than enough. Even more than enough, so you can talk more. Okay, we can talk more. Okay, so basically, what are the key challenges still on to the digital sovereignty of Europe? This is a strange word in English. There is a, without an I. I mean, it lacks a piece. Sovereignty. Anyway, in Italian, it would be illegible. Anyway, unreadable. Anyway, so basically, cloud dependency. We have a problem of cloud. Remember, there is only one company, one firm that decided to go to a cloud, a free cloud for themselves. Airbus. It devoted 60 million euros, not too much, to have their own cloud. Then brain drain, because the people are going still. You're not going. Believe me, you're not going. Anyway, and computing shortage and overregulation that we have talked about a lot. Okay, these are the 3 problems. That's the 4 problems, sorry, that we still have. Okay, anyway, I wrote also a couple of articles on Corriere della Sera and Agenda Digitale and the stuff. So I invite you if you want to be more you are interested in that, you want to go deeper in that, to go there and check. They are in Italian, unfortunately, but they are still there. They've been published March and April, probably this year, so a few weeks ago. Okay, I think I'm almost done. I made it to keep your attention. Again, or now, raise your hand. How many of you think that we can respond as Europe to the dominance of US and China? And so on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, now, thank you very much. Thank you. I'm done. Thanks.
Thank you, Giovanni Battista. Now, I appreciate your optimism, but aren't economies of scale a big problem here?
No question? Everything clear?
Economies of scale.
Nice.
Not a problem?
I've been persuasive then. I'm being persuasive.
To save time, the moderator will do whatever he can. Next in line is Professor Paolo Guerrieri, who teaches at Sciences Po in Paris, and I guess he lives close by, so he has moved very few steps. So please take the floor, and I will give you a question afterwards.
Okay, thank you very much. And first of all, thank you for this kind invitation. I'm going to talk, as well about if there's any Euro path, Euro model for AI. In other words, if we could respond to a US and China domination by deploying not something that is just copying, this model, but something that could open an autonomous path for European country. And my answer is yes, we could. But certainly there are many conditions under which, this option could be in some way positively exploited. First of all, as an economist, I would like to emphasize why it's so important to discuss the future of Europe in AI. The answer is very clear and very simple. We entering, because this is the beginning of a second big technological digital wave. AI is going to change radically in 5-10 years, not only what we produce, not only how we produce, but also how we distribute this production. In other words, it's going to be a radical technological revolution. We had something very similar in the 90s, the first digital revolution, ICT, internet. Many of you will not be born when we are in early 90s, but I don't remember very well. And why it's so important to discuss now and today Europe? Because we missed the first revolution. We missed the first digital revolution. We adapt late, and not well to the digital revolution. And we lost a lot of, in competition and in productivity. We pay high cost for not adapting adequately to this evolution. So this time we should not repeat the same mistake. We should respond much more promptly and much more, in some way effectively. Now, there are two major problems in order to not repeat the same mistake. First of all, I've been discussing the technological sovereignty. In other words, it's crucial that there are some infrastructure, AI infrastructure, because AI is not a technology. AI is data center, AI is high computing, AI is clouds, AI is a cluster of technology. So this is important because who owns this infrastructure, is able to, in some way, take the lead. And who doesn't own this infrastructure is going to lag behind. But there is a second problem that is even important, as much important, is how AI is going to be diffused into the economy. In other words, how AI is going to enter into manufacturing, into energy, into agriculture, into public administration, because that is the radical revolution that is going on. Exactly how ICT has been changing radically, not only manufacturing, but the rest of our economic life. So from this point of view, these are two challenges that many times they are, in some way treated separately. Who owns the infrastructure? Who is going to diffuse, this kind of AI? I think that is not very useful. In other words, the alternative, who builds own AI, and on the other hand, who is going to adopt AI, is the same problem for Europe. In other words, Europe needs both from this point of view in order to have its own response. But of course, we need realism. We cannot, challenge what is now the leading role of China and the US in a short period of time. We cannot replicate, Microsoft, Amazon, OpenAI, in a short term. This is not at all, a plan. This is dream. So from this point of view, we should start from this. We are going to remain, dependent on US technology for a certain period of time. But that is not at all, as a consequence in saying, okay, we lost. Because this is the adoption, story so important. And I invite you to read a very important author in this kind of approach is Philippe Aghion. He's a Nobel Prize in economics, last year, and has been, in some way explaining at length what is the Europe future. Why adoption is so important? Because AI is a general purpose technology. What does it mean in economic terms? GPT technology is going to change not one sector, not two sectors, is going to change the entire society and economic system. So from this point of view, what is crucial is how AI is going to enter into the firms, hospital, the factory, the public administration offices. And from this point of view, the productivity gains, growth, prosperity is coming from this kind of diffusion. And from this point of view, it's not at all, certain that only who start first is going to gain. For example, the evidence is showing that the productivity gain in the US is much smaller than in China. Why? Because China is deploying this kind of adoption approach. So from this point of view, it's not only competing with the US in general large models, but is also integrating AI into industrial production, logistics, robotics, energy system. So this is the approach that Europe should follow, because we have strong building starting point. In other words, we have advanced manufacturing, we have robotics, we have aerospace, pharmaceutical, agri-food, transport. That is our base. So from this point of view, the European opportunity is not to reproduce the world's largest general purpose AI model. This game, is not at all the kind of area where we should compete. We should become a leader in the application of AI to high-value industrial and social domain. That is our game to compete. And from this point of view, we should say that adoption is important, but sectorally, in each sector, is also important infrastructure of AI, because otherwise we remain vulnerable. So from this point of view, we should develop the infrastructure of AI, the clouds, the compute, the high compute model, but sectorally, oriented. In other words, developing the industrialization of AI. And from this point of view, this is where we could develop as Europe our autonomous capability, where, we could say we are strong and where this kind of capability does matter. I will call this a third way in the AI, direction. Not technological autarky, but selective sovereignty, not passive dependence, but rapid adoption, not unrealistic attempt to copy the American model, but a European strategy for AI industrialization built on Europe's own strength. And this approach is consistent with a new direction. 2 days ago, the EU Commission published a new strategic approach. This is a change, not anymore regulate. Certain regulation is important, but it's important to innovate and to adopt. And if you read this kind of a new approach, there are, finally we discover that supply policy is important. In other words, capability in chip, in cloud, but demand side policy is important. In other words, we have, in some way to give incentive to the firms, to the business, the public administration, healthcare, defense, how to use our, infrastructure. So from this point of view, I could say that this is a novel approach. Even the open source model is at the center of this new strategy. And this is going to help this kind of adoption of AI across many industries. Let me conclude saying this is not easy. This is not, something that we could perform, but is a concrete, a kind of model. There are two conditions under which this trajectory, could be successful. First of all, we cannot, act as 27 countries. We cannot have 27 AI approach. We cannot have 27 AI industrial policy. We should be, a unitary actor. That is a necessary condition, how to become, a strong unitary actor. Second condition, what is crucial for adoption and diffusion of AI is the environment of an economy. In other words, it's not something that, you could design a table. The environment means that you should be a competitive environment. So we know what is the competitive agenda of Europe: to have a single market, one market, not 27 fragmented market. To have one capital, financial capital market. To have, from this point of view, a kind of environment where firm could compete in one European economic space. So from this point of view, the broader competitive European agenda and the AI agenda are not two separate kind of path. They are, very much linked one to another. From this point of view, this is going to be even more, increase the responsibility of a future choices in economic, but particularly in political terms. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paolo. One of the problems that we have in Europe, we have many problems, but one of the problems we have is that although we have tried to create unified markets, single markets for decades now, several decades, we have not always achieved those integrated markets. One example is banking, the other is capital markets. Partly as a result of that, our savings from Europe are flowing to the US regularly to be invested there. And I wonder whether your approach of selective sovereignty could be an anchor to attract capitals and keep them in Europe, our savings through possibly some Eurobonds or something like that? How would you see that?
The unification of financial market is a precondition for any kind of AI strategy. From this point of view, as you know, because there was two major report, Letta report, Mario Draghi report, they both emphasize that every year, as European, we are sending 300 billion euro to the US capital market to invest there, because we have much more, high saving than US, but 300 billion every year. Why? Because US has a unified, huge capital market with a lot of venture capital, with a lot of, investor that are able to offer higher profit opportunity. So from this point of view, instead of financing investment in our economic European space, we are going to finance firms in the US, and these firms become enough competitive to come back here and to buy European firms. So from this point of view, to build up a kind of unified European market is crucial. I don't believe that we are able to arrive to this point in 27 countries. I believe that in very short period of time, we will have few countries, the coalition of willings, because already Italy, France, Spain, Germany agree about a unified financial market. If this is going to be a step, this is going to offer the opportunity, to create a basic condition also to develop opportunity to invest in this application of AI. Because every time you mention, sector like manufacturing, energy, healthcare, public administration, this is huge kind of opportunity in terms of financial and economic opportunity. So, what is lacking is the size of the market. And unfortunately, we should say, when I said we miss the first digital wave in the 90s, you know why? Because we have been fragmented. We were, not 27 at that time, we were 15, doesn't matter. And the fragmentation was the reason why we have not been able. This time should be, it could be different if we respond in a different way to this kind of forming, a unified space, at least not in 27, but at least in a certain number of countries. So from this point of view, this could be a very concrete opportunity.
Thank you very much. Last but not least, Gianluca Sgueo, who is bringing us the views from the Joint Research Center of the European Commission.
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, thanks to Professor Rangone for inviting me, LUMSA, all the organizers. It's been a great pleasure to be here. Yes, in my presentation, I had thought that I will show you the state of the art of the strategic vulnerabilities that Europe is facing, and then showing you what Europe is doing. However, I have to say, and I'm very grateful to all the other speakers that I've been listening today, because they have shared most of the problematic aspects that have funded the response that, as Professor Guerrieri just mentioned, has been addressed a couple of days ago by the European Union. We heard about Florentin Blanc, about the asymmetry, in particular in the open source. Many speakers, especially in the morning, have mentioned the problems related with energy storage and distribution, which brings to the problem of data centers. Professor Radelli this morning and also Federico Angelè mentioned the regulatory challenge. Then Federico showed us the structural asymmetry between interest representatives, the public versus the private sector. Professor Dagnino, I really liked what he said about the quietly building up of a third path. So we can actually now judge what the European Union is doing in this way, whether this is quiet and whether this might end up being a third way or third path. And then, as I said, Professor Guerrieri, the economic productivity, but in particular, I liked the selective sovereignty topic, which very much aligns with what I want to say. So all of this to say that I can be very quick on this part, skipping a few slides and focusing on very few information. This is a quite influential research that has been published in 2025 by a number of scholars, including an Italian scholar, Francesca Bria. They have mapped the vulnerabilities of Europe. They called it stacks. And as you can see from this picture, in 7 stacks that define our dependencies, European Union is present with Germany, the Netherlands, and Germany again, just in 3 of these. So in software, IoT, Internet of Things, and chips. And then we have a number of researchers that have actually measured what are the EU dependencies. First one are dependencies on US American platforms. This, the number that you see is not a percentage number, it's an index that the authors developed to measure how countries are dependent, in this case from American platforms, and in this other case from Chinese communication equipment. And last but not least, again, this was mentioned many times, venture capital. You can see the quota that EU has compared in particular with US and China, and you also see the global distribution and control of generative AI. So I was very quick on this. I think all of these topics have been very well addressed by other speakers. And that brings me to one first assumption, which I think it's quite obvious, but it's also important. We are talking in this panel of polycrisis, so crises that are truly global. However, what we are observing here as European is a specific European response to this crisis. If you have the chance to see how other countries are, the United States in particular, are debating about this topic, you will see that you will find the word sovereignty, dependencies, vulnerability indeed. However, it's not put in this way. And the way that we address the topic in Europe, it's actually linked to what you've heard throughout the day and from this very data. So what is the European response? It's very new. As you know, it's been presented a couple of days ago. If you have a chance, you will find a very well elaborated number of documents on the European Commission website where this package is presented, and it's, sorry, so I'll skip on this, exactly, yes, here it is. So what is the European sovereignty package? Well, first of all, it looks pretty much like what you will call a package. So it's, I would say it's a combination of different measures. I'd like to be as optimistic as you are in defining this as a very concrete measure. I think there are indeed some elements that will make us positive But this has to be demonstrated by the facts. What we see here is two regulatory proposals, one on chips and the other one on cloud and AI together. And then you see two of what are called strategies. One is on open source, and the other one is on digitalization, on AI and energy. I will very quickly address the most important aspects, considering that this, as a package composed of different acts, has to go through all the legislative process, has to be debated. There will be the pressure by lobbying groups. There will be the position of the Parliament, the Council. So what we see here might change over the next few years. So let's see what the EU Commission has in mind. First of all, the semiconductor base, we already have regulation on this. So this is the evolution. As you know, it's usually called 2.0. And it's interesting that at the very basis, the European Union is aiming at simplifying the administrative procedures in order to have the industry sector in the semiconductor area more productive, and the other one is by having more investments. The amount and the leverage of these investments has to be decided yet. Yeah? Second of all is the cloud and AI capacity. Now, this is also quite interesting. The idea here is well clarified, is to triple the data center capacity between the next 5 to 7 years. So you have the measure, the quantity of the data centers that have to be created, and you also have the chronological time span, whether this should happen in Europe, which means that we will go to the next legislative term. What I find quite interesting, again to be debated, Europe in this case, as you can see, is trying to balancing this with climate commitments. And this was very well addressed this morning in the second panel. In this specific moment, we don't have clear-cut solutions to address how we can generate the energy and the capacity needed to develop AI at scale while being in line with our climate commitments. So this is quite a challenging endeavor that Europe is willing to take. Number 3 is open source, which is quite interesting. So again, we have in Europe, in this very moment, over 3 million open source contributors. And these open source contributors are not, let's say, operating as a proper coalition, and that brings us to the lock-in that we have listened by other speakers very well. Now, the idea is to scale up these open source providers and therefore being capable to avoid the vendor lock-in. As you can see, this is the very basis of what we hear when we, also the title of my presentation, open but not powerless, and you will hear about this digital sovereignty presented as an attempt to remain open but actually not dependent. And this is pretty much what it means in concrete terms. It means that you are going, the challenge is to have these millions open source providers being escalated in order to provide a solution to the European Union institutions and governments and public administrations, and therefore not being dependent from US providers. The last part, the last point is also quite interesting, is about the digital, as this is part of the strategy that I mentioned before, is the digitalization of the energy system, which means that the idea is to have an AI models that are as I said, compatible in terms of energy consumption with our climate commitments. And this, in the idea of the Commission, can be made by combining the digitalization with the energy sector. It looks pretty broad. I understand that, but that is because this is the aim, and the way this will have to be realized, it will now be part of the debate with the other European Union institutions and, of course, with the main stakeholders. Speaking of the JRC, very quickly, it's the JRC is the think tank, the research center of the European Commission, as you might know, and early in 2026, so at the beginning of this year, it established a unit that is devoted to study and work on digital sovereignty. This unit has already produced two policy briefs. The first one is a very introductory one, and the second one is this one, which looks at the geopolitical challenges that we have identified. These are very short briefs meant to help the EU legislator in their work. So we identified the geopolitical risks and mapped the level of risk in governance, infrastructures or data, markets and products, and last but not least, people and values. Again, I'm not going to go in details. There will be other briefs coming on environmental aspects, economic implications, legal implications, and social implications. My very last point of this presentation is that what the EU has come up with the sovereignty package, it's a bet. It's based on all the vulnerabilities and dependencies that you've been described over the morning and especially in this panel. It has to consider the lack of funding that also other speakers have described very well, which will make this very challenging. But at the same time, it shows the political will to address the vulnerabilities that are unfortunately condemning Europe in this very moment to be a subsidiary actor compared with the United States and China, and I would say Middle East actors as well, in the technological race. And this was my last slide. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My short question to you is, if I think back of what are the main drivers of the new administration, Trump's second administration in the US, we may trace much of the origin of what is being done in the so-called Project 2025 that was issued by Heritage Foundation a few years before. And indeed, I was searching through that document, and artificial intelligence is very frequently cited, and it is explicitly cited as a weapon, as an instrument of dominance towards the domestic society, but also towards the rest of the world. Can we envisage a project 2027 for the European Union?
Well, I don't know if, well, it looks very ambitious, 2027. Maybe 2035 would be a more realistic time span. And by the way, we still have the digital decade ongoing. However, I think that your question is quite interesting, and I'll take just a few seconds to elaborate on that. I think what we are observing in this very moment, it's a quite interesting overlap between the public power and the private power. And there are a number of scholars that are looking at this overlap. I'm also very interested in the topic. However, I would strongly suggest to read the last book from Paolo Benanti, which looks deeply into this matter. And it's quite unprecedented that, especially in the area of AI, and especially in the area of AI and security, you have in this historical moment, I think some of the speakers mentioned that before, you have these AI operators, tech companies, which are also bringing a political message, which, by the way, it's quite opposite to democratic values. I am thinking of Palantir. The name itself, if you know The Lord of the Rings, you will know what the Palantir are, an instrument of control. And the whole idea that Peter Thiel in particular is proposing is that in order to have innovation at scale, you need to give up on the democratic constraints. They call it constraints. And if I have to identify a European way, and if I have to identify a European challenge, I think that will be to have innovation, competition, while securing the welfare state and the democratic values, which means proposing an idea of public power that overcomes the private power that is providing the technology. And that is a challenge because what we observe in another economy, the United States, this right lack of balance is now missing, and we observe the private power that is overcoming over the public power. And that I see an interesting challenge, a fascinating one, a scaring one, but an interesting one to observe.
Thank you. It's time, if there is any, to take questions from the floor. I know it's been a long day, but maybe somebody can break the eye. Okay.
It's just very short comment on Palantir and how radically different is the approach. I mean, let's remember that Thiel wrote and speaks frequently about the fact that competition is for losers. So I think that shows how radically opposed this. Well, let me also say that at least they have a model, and they are very good at it. So it developed a vision and a model, and we are behind. I mean, my feeling is that we are a little bit behind in building our own alternative model. But that I mean, it is quite clear that the direction is quite the opposite.
If I just may react to this, I absolutely agree with you. And actually, in the book of Benanti, he doesn't support the idea. But what he says is these tech entrepreneurs, another one is Elon Musk, are the real revolutionaries in proposing a completely disruptive idea of what should be a power for the masses. And despite the fact that I guess we can agree we don't like that model, they have been the only ones proposing a radical new model, and they're doing the best to make that model prevailing over the old model that we still have.
Any questions, curiosity? We can take questions also from the panel, but I realize it was a long day for everybody. So, Nicoletta, do you want to close the day?
No more words. The conference is over. Just a big thanks to everybody, to this resilient audience, great speakers. very insightful. I cannot wait to start studying on your suggestion and ideas. Thank you so much.